Oh, gosh. All right, everyone take your seats. Madam Clerk, when you get ready, we can get started with roll call.
Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Green.
Present.
Councilmember Morrell.
Here.
Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember King. Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
We have 6 members. We have a quorum.
All right, today we'll get started with the invocation from our visiting pastor, Tyrone Jefferson. Thank you, Bishop Jefferson.
Good morning. Let us pray. Father, in Jesus' name, we come today just to say thank you. We thank you for your goodness and for your mercies towards us. Your mercies are new every morning, and for that we say, great is thy faithfulness. We thank you for this day that you have made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. For your word, God says, in everything give thanks, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus concerning you. We thank you, Father, for our great counsel, and we pray, God, that you will continue to lead them and guide them in the ways that you would have them to go. We pray for wisdom. We pray for understanding like never before. We pray for unity. But Father, we know where there's unity, there is strength. Bless them with the blessings they stand in need of in the name of the Lord Jesus as they continue to move our city forward. We give you praise and we thank you in advance for what you're going to do in our great city. We give you praise in Jesus' name. Thank God. Amen.
The pledge of allegiance will be done by Councilmember Jeruso.
To the republic, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Council members, we're on page 2, approval of the minutes. November 2nd, 2023 and November 16th, 2023.
Moved by Council Vice President, seconded by myself. Please vote your machines. Guess what? 2 sets of minutes. All right. 6 yeas, no nays. Minutes are adopted.
We're now going to go to page 3, the consent agenda. We have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council Utilities Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. On top of page 4, we have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 5, we have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, an amendment to the classified pay plan, fire. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 6, we have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, amendments to the classified pay plan, Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 7, we have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, amendments to the classified pay plan, Sewage and Water Board. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 8, we have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, amendment to the classified pay plan, fire. This should be marked received. See motion M23-451. On page 9, we have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, amendment to the classified pay plan, automotive retention pay. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 10, we have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, amendment to the classified pay plan, real-time camera center, special rate of pay. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 11, we have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Director of Personnel, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service, amendment to the Civil Service Rules, bonus annual leave day. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Tracy David Madison, Secretary, Board of Liquidation, City Debt. This should be marked received. On top of page 12, we have a communication from Jeffrey Schwartz, Director of Economic Development, City of New Orleans, Mayor LaToya Cantrell. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Darren P. Lombard, Clerk of Criminal District Court and Chief of Elections Officer. This should be marked received. See motion M23-545. On top of page 13, we have a report of the Director of the Vucare Commission, 625 Dauphine Street. This should be marked received. We have a report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, December 14th. On top of page 14, we have ordinance calendar number 34,464 by Councilmember Moreno, zoning docket 5523. On page 15, we have ordinance calendar number 34,470 by Council Members Harris and Morrell by request. Government Affairs Committee recommended approval. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
Thank you. I have some cards of people who'd like to speak. Everybody has 2 minutes. The first up we have is Karen Sloan Bookbinder. If I misspoke your name, please correct me when you go to the, please remember, because I often forget to say your name, your address, and whether or not you're a paid actor.
Sure. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carol Sloan Bookbinder. I am a New Orleans resident. I'm a homeowner. I'm a taxpayer. And I'm here today to speak about the pending 142 square foot office space that's being offered to Shell, which is also interestingly they're going to be given a 15-year tax break, and there's nothing in the item that seems to indicate that. But the Public Service Commission regulates the majority of electric utilities in Louisiana, with the notable exception of energy regulation in New Orleans, which is regulated by City Council. In December 2021, NOLA.com reported Shell long ago began shrinking its presence in New Orleans. In May of this year, Shell announced a final investment decision of $121.7 million to expand its West Baton Rouge Parish facility. The federal government continues to roll out carbon capture rather than phasing out fossil fuels, as evidenced by the state of Louisiana in August, granting carbon storage and sequestration rights to land in Jefferson and St. Charles parishes to New Quest Energy, which is based here in New Orleans, and BKV, which is based in Denver. The 142,000 square foot office in the River District development appears to be part of the Liberty CCUS hub Shell is working to create in New Orleans and Baton Rouge. Green lighting this office space and a 15-year property tax exemption for Shell will greenlight New Orleans, a predominantly Black city.
Madam, that's your time. Please wrap up quickly.
It will greenlight New Orleans, a predominantly Black city, to become like St. James, a predominantly Black parish, perpetually besieged by exposure to carcinogens produced by petrochemicals. Thank you.
Next up, we have Lawrence Koppel.
Good morning. My name is Laurence Coppel. I am a resident of New Orleans and a taxpayer. I am here as well with regards to the communication from Jeffrey Schwartz about the 15-year tax break for Shell Corporation, a multi-million corporation that contributes little to the city of New Orleans, except a continuous influx of carcinogenics that affect our population daily. It appears to me that at a time where the city seems to be lacking in funds to pay for the basic necessities, such as police recruitment, garbage pickup, and a slew of other services that we're constantly being told we cannot afford, I fail to understand why a multi-million corporation is being given a $50 million, a 15-year tax break, which is going to come to millions of dollars that the city could use while they're sickening our population, meaning myself, my neighbors, and everybody else here. Thank you.
Jesse George.
Morning, Jesse George on behalf of the Alliance for Affordable Energy and the Energy Future New Orleans Coalition. I'm here today in opposition to the city's proposed property tax exemption of $21.6 million to multinational fossil fuel behemoth Shell Oil. The proposed exemption would amount to $1.44 million per year over 15 years. Nothing at all to a corporation that reaped nearly $40 billion in profits last year alone, a company record, but significant to a city plagued by crumbling infrastructure, substandard schools, and an ongoing crisis of affordable housing. Office of Economic Development Director Jeff Schwartz has touted this pilot as a means of, quote, anchoring a Fortune 50 company in the city for decades to come. His choice of phrasing is apt, because yoking our city's future to fossil fuels is literally going to sink us beneath the waves. Mayor Cantrell has traveled the world, I think she's in Dubai this week, boasting of her leadership on climate change mitigation and adaptation. Yet just this year, the administration purchased hundreds of gas-guzzling vehicles for the city fleet in contravention of the law, and now proposes a handout of millions of dollars to an oil company already raking in billions in profit. Our climate-ravaged city cannot afford such giveaways, and I urge you to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Mr. Burnside, you're up. You have 2 items, so I'll give you 3 minutes.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. The first item would be actually number 1. And number 1 is my drum that I've been beating for multiple months now to the ongoing discomfort of my council person. But at the corner, as we all know by now, Felicity and Magnolia, there are still traffic lights that still have not been moved from an old pole that is literally rotting at the base and held at the top by nylon rope over to the new pole, which has been there for well over since 2019. So it would be nice if the city had a bucket truck, and it would be nice if the city bucket truck went over there and moved a daggone light pole, because it's been months and it's irritating to the neighborhood to realize that we're really not important. And irritating to me. As regards to what everybody else is talking to, which is number 11 here about the quickly popping up on our radar opportunity to spend $21 million. We haven't really had a long time to talk about it, and we don't seem to be negotiating much about it, because originally the River District was supposed to offer something on the order of 1,600 housing units, of which 450 were going to be either affordable or workforce. And the last time I read a newspaper, it's down from 1,600 to 900, of which 450 is still affordable and workforce. But there is a neat little comment in the newspaper to the degree that they're going to need a lot of public funding to actually make that really happen. And the people don't necessarily believe that's going to happen, because it's going to have to go through the Louisiana Housing Corporation. So we've negotiated with these individuals for a long time to get various things. It's rather late in the game to pop up saying, oh, and we want $21 million. So I would suggest to you, quite frankly and quite bluntly, that you say no, and then you let them come back to you and negotiate. And you say, we want a DBE program, or, why don't you kick back 1% to the culture bearers? Or, Shell's been in one Shell Square for a very long time now, but unlike Cox and unlike Harrah's, it doesn't offer any money to the city council to hand out for a couple thousand here and a couple thousand there. Because quite frankly, My neighborhood could use as much help as it could get. And it would be nice if you guys decided to take the time and energy to negotiate with these individuals rather than accept their demands as a take it or leave it kind of thing. Thank you very much.
Mr. Green, well, we have online comment. Do you want to go before or after that? Okay. We have online comment. I will give 10 minutes for online comment.
These are, they're, oh, is my mic working? Okay, these are all regarding consent 11. The first is from Benjamin Hoffman. It's insulting to people of New Orleans, the entire Gulf South, and the global South at large that our city would be welcome Shell Oil building a skyscraper in our city in the 2020s. Climate change is, please get this into your head, an existential threat to humanity. This is one of the world's most vile extractive polluters. We have so many problems we need to address in this city that should take precedent over building a temple of our own demise. We need to have a completely oppositional stance to companies hell bent on heating our world to unlivable conditions. For the love of God, think of the damn children. The next comment is from Raymond Daigle. My generation will remember how the leadership of New Orleans has failed to protect our future by bending to Shell's every whim. Stop allowing these fossil fuel polluters to have any say in our city. Think of us, think of our children, stop Shell. Next comment is from Mary Penny Priestat. I am writing in opposition to item 11, a 15-year pilot property tax exemption to Shell Oil for its new Gulf of Mexico operational headquarters in the River District, upriver from the convention center. The exemption would be worth 21.6 million over 15 years or 1.44 per year, with Shell paying zero ad valorem taxes during that time. The city is touting this as a way to anchor a Fortune 50 in the city for decades to come, but it's anchoring an extractive fossil fuel company in our climate ravaged city. What we really want. The fact that council is even considering this makes me question its commitment to reduced emissions. We have an RPS, a local climate action plan, a statewide climate plan. All national, international climate groups oppose any new fossil fuel production. Under these conditions, how can we condone expansion of a fossil fuel company in New Orleans? We need to immediately foster non-carbon based energy sources and related industries such as solar, wind, batteries, and grid expansion. Next comment is from Carolyn Lutwick, who says, vote no on the 5-year property tax exemption to Shell Oil to move to a new office in the River District development. This tax exemption worth 21.6 million over 15 years would come right after you approve the tax rolls that would lead to property taxes skyrocketing. A Fortune 50 corporation that ranked in nearly $40 billion in profits last year should not be given tax-free property for 15 years while homeowners are forced to pay even more taxes. Kevin Fitzpatrick with Housing NOLA says Big Oil is making record profits. They don't need help from the city of New Orleans. Please vote against the tax break for a behemoth company who can afford to pay their taxes. Christina Leha says no tax break to Shell Oil. The oil and gas industry has cost Louisiana billions of dollars in damage to our wetlands, contributing to coastal erosion and the poisoning of our waters. Oil needs to pay their taxes at the bare minimum. Rebecca Williams comments, do not approve yet another corporate tax break while it becomes more expensive to own and maintain a home safely in the city. Shell can afford to pay property taxes. It's the least they can do if they're going to operate here. I contribute to the economy of this city. I work, I buy groceries and gas here, and I pay my property taxes, even though it feels like it's skyrocketed this year. Please consider your constituents before giving a tax break to a huge corporation. If they can't afford to pay taxes, then they need to work on their business model. We have the oil. They need to be here. Don't let them do it for free while citizens suffer. Maria Ludwig comments, my comment is related to item number 11. Louisiana has the highest rate of corporate subsidies per capita than any other state in the United States, mostly through the industrial tax exemption program. Citing data from 2011 to 2015, Louisiana's corporate subsidies accounted for a giveaway of $2,857 per capita, 80% from ITEP, the highest by far in the nation, and 10 years the national average. We are more than double the next highest rate. WA equals 1293, and nowhere near our neighbors. Oh, that's Washington. Mississippi at 262, Texas at 89 per person, Arkansas 62. Governor Edwards allowed local jurisdictions to vote on giving corporate welfare in the form of tax exemptions to local jurisdictions. New Orleans City Council has in their power an opportunity to obtain additional tax revenue by refusing the proposed corporate exemption 21.6 over 15 years by Shell, which has seen record profits. Though it may not seem that much, it can go towards urgent priorities facing our communities, such as youth after school mentoring programs, infrastructure support, and quality of life programs. Urge you to prioritize residents over the city. If you want a better understanding about ITEP, check out Together Louisiana. Margaret Jennings comments, no to the 15-year tax break to Shell Oil, property taxes for homeowners, insurance rates, gas and water are astronomical in Orleans Parish. I can't afford to live in Orleans Parish anymore, a resident for 57 years. Sasha Bolag says, I'm very concerned about the proposal to grant a 15-year property tax exemption to Shell Oil to move to more than 142,000 square foot office in the River District development. This tax exemption worth 21.6 over 15 years would come right after the council approved tax rules that could lead to property taxes skyrocketing. A Fortune 50 corporation that raked in nearly $40 billion in profits last year should not be given tax-free property for 15 years while homeowners are forced to pay even more taxes. Instead of instituting unfair property assessments in our community, the council should fight to keep housing costs affordable and help stop further displacement. I urge council to vote no on this proposal. Elizabeth Soychak with the Climate Reality Project and 350 New Orleans says, dear council members, I'm writing today to urge you to reject a property tax exemption for Shell Oil on their new planned headquarters in New Orleans. Why does a company whose profit in 2022 alone was $40 billion with a B as in boy need a tax break of less than $1.5 million a year over 15 years? Weigh this request against the current proposal in front of you to invest $17 million in the Housing Trust Fund. It's just one thing of many that Shell's $21 million in taxes could help pay for. In our city, where we've committed to go carbon free by 2050, how about we require that Shell Oil pay their fair share? Margaret Quick comments, I have serious concerns about this significant property tax exemption. The short timeline given for review of this project is a red flag enough. Additionally, our city is in great need of that kind of revenue, and without any guarantees that Shell will indeed contribute to job creation or affordable housing, granting this tax exemption would be a grave, foolish mistake. Robin Roberts says our beleaguered city cannot afford to give huge tax breaks to companies that already make huge profits. It is not good government to rush through huge tax breaks. Rebecca Cavalier says the hardworking people of New Orleans all have to pay our fair share in taxes, even when our homeowners insurance has tripled, rents have gone up, and inflation has stressed the economy. We all need our taxes. Hold Shell Oil accountable to pay their fair share. They don't need a tax break. Our city needs those tax dollars for so many reasons. It would be outrageous to give large companies tax breaks while workers still have to pay taxes. Chrissy Purcell says New Orleans cannot survive without taxing billionaire companies their fair share and demanding transparency in all development projects. Affordable housing and appropriate taxing must be evident in every deal. Please reject this deal until these issues are resolved. Zach Gillespie comments, I find it absolutely ridiculous that the council and the people of New Orleans would even entertain a $21.6 million property tax break for Shell without so much as guarantee of job opportunities or affordable housing targets from Shell. This development would split the profits between a real estate developer from Metairie and Shell, and we don't even know what those proportions would be. We don't need to be held hostage to an oil company or a real estate developer, and the council needs to stand up to these companies and emphatically say no to this property tax abatement until we can find definite answers and clear details. Thank you for your time. Myron Katz, PhD, says opposed because 1, not enough time to consider, 2, grossly inequitable tax burdens, 3, Louisiana's oil industry has already received far too much tax subsidies, 4, the oil industry is a bad actor. It created Cancer Alley. and encourages marshland subsidence. 5, corrupts our government. We have the best government money can buy. Check public records. Laura Sella's name is often listed among campaign contributors. 6, sets bad example. At this time, the world is meeting at COP28 in Dubai to try to reduce carbon footprints. 7, Louisiana has the highest per capita CO2 production in the US exactly because of the oil industry. 8, the city has passed resolutions to meet the 2012 Paris COP treaty. 9, this council does not require equity in either net energy metering or community solar rules. 10, we can and should do better. M. Fleming comments, if Shell and the developers are not guaranteeing they will meet any job creation or affordable housing targets, then we as a city cannot afford to offer this tax exemption. It is not yet and needs to be publicly clear in what proportion Shell and the real estate developers will divide the profits from the exemption. It seems better for us that this deal fall through than the New Orleans City Council and the taxpayers and citizens they represent be held hostage by Shell Oil real estate developers or economic developers on an unreasonable timeline. We need more time to understand what exactly is being proposed and at what expense. Large oil companies and real estate developers have had more than their share of benefit from our city, and city council cannot afford to offer them more quarter, especially while simultaneously declaring their interests in working for the people. I thank you for your consideration.
We have 2 more people that submitted late that would like to speak. I do want to make one announcement for those who are on this item. The actual legislation and vote on this item is at 1:30. This is just the transmission of information. So I just want to make sure that for those of you who are here for the actual vote on the item, be aware that vote is at 1:30. I just want to make everybody aware as you're deciding where you want to spend your time. We have Erica Zucker, who would like to speak, as well as Aaron Hansen.
Good morning, council members. Erica Zucker, Workplace Justice Project. I live and work in District A. And I will not be able to be here at 1:30 this afternoon, so you can consider this my comment on number 11 and number 42. I just want to say that I'm not going to add on to what so many of the expert colleagues have said, as well as so many members of the public, about what it means to be giving this huge tax exemption to Shell, which is a multi-billion-dollar profitable corporation. I just also want to say that when we're giving, this is another example of the city giving away money with no community benefits agreements. If anyone has talked to me in the 13 plus years that I've lived in New Orleans, you haven't had a conversation with me without the words community benefits agreements coming up. There is no negotiation between the city and the communities that are going to benefit or be, potentially benefit or be harmed by this building. There's no participation or input for the community on housing, on jobs, on healthcare, on transportation, on any of these things. Instead, we're just giving away our tax income while it becomes more and more expensive to live here. And there have been, for 20 plus years around the country, there have been examples of community benefits agreements when any kind of pilot is given, tax exemptions are given, tax agreements are given, that provide a method and a binding contract for community members, stakeholders, unions, to sit down at the table with the developer and of course the city as well, to sit down with the developer before a project goes into effect and to work out what that project should be, how that's going to be formally accountable, and what the benefit is going to be. And we cannot continue to do this. We cannot continue to even consider giving away our tax income to corporations without getting something in return. Thank you.
Next up, we have Aaron Hansen. After Ms. Hansen, we have Broderick Baggert, as well as Jeanette Gerardo. Please also, like I said, say your name, address, whether or not you're a paid actor. I'm trying to remind people to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, council members. My name is Erin Hansen. I'm here representing Together New Orleans and Together Louisiana. My address is 4952 Mandeville Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70122, District D. I'm here today to request more time on item 11 on the consent agenda. We teach our leaders about consent and about democracy, and what we teach them is that the best way of achieving consensus is informed consent. And what that requires is time to understand what this proposal is for, time to understand what the costs will be to the community if we do grant a tax exemption, time to understand what the company is offering in return from that. We understand that the council was made aware of this proposal very recently and has had very little time to consider it. We found out about it yesterday. And so for us to be able to consent to it, we need more time to understand what's at stake here. Our understanding is that it is a 15-year, 100% exemption, and that there isn't a payment being offered in return. Normally, these pilot deals, there is a payment in lieu of the taxes that they would otherwise pay. We don't see that anywhere in the proposed deal. And to be offering a public benefit, a tax abatement like this, we think at the very least a cost benefit analysis that determines whether those costs generate a higher benefit for the city. And so I'm here today to speak not against the proposed deal. I haven't had enough time to understand it fully enough to have a position on that. I'm here today to advocate for more time to consider it more fully. Thank you.
Definitely, yeah. Mr. Baggett?
Good morning, council. My name is Broderick Baggett. I'm an organizer with Together New Orleans. And I'll have additional comments on kind of some of the substantive provisions in the different agreements later on. We've conducted, with the time allotted, an analysis of what seems to be provided and not provided. And most of that I'll share then. A major concern with the report that you're receiving on this consent agenda is that it purports to be an economic development analysis that determines the costs and benefits of this project. And there's no but-for analysis, which asks or answers, does Shell need this exemption to come here? Is Shell asking for this exemption to come here? It proceeds from the a priori assumption that they need it, nothing will happen if they don't get it, that it has to be 100% for 15 years, and then compares the reality of Shell being here and Shell not being here, and determines that it's better for them to be here, right? Our objection is not to Shell Oil, to the presence of their headquarters here. Very frankly, we think that is a good thing and should happen. But an analysis that doesn't ask whether or not the public portion, the tax exemption, is required, is then really more public relations. It also renders the pilot some legal jeopardy. There's a court precedent called the Cabela decision, which determines whether tax giveaways are constitutional. And it's got 3 provisions. First, does the entity have the authority to provide it? We think a subdistrict does. Second, is it necessary? And third, does the benefit outweigh the cost? There's been no analysis of whether it's necessary. And the idea that a $1.4 million benefit to Shell Oil is necessary for them to bring their headquarters to a place seems implausible on its face. It's a lot of money for some of us. It's not. So the timing with which this is being considered and deliberated, as many others have suggested, is just really unfortunate and shows some of the kind of desperation we've got for economic development. My God, something good. Let us go preemptively negotiate away all the benefits, not tell anybody, put it on the council's docket 4 days before, and act like anybody who's expressing concerns or an interest in more time is somehow against the deal. We're not against the deal. We think this community needs time to evaluate, to determine what's good, what's not, to determine whether it's needed and to what degree, and then have something that at least the vast majority of people can stand behind. There'll be some who don't want to do it for different reasons, but there is a room for consensus here, not in this time frame, and not in an exemption that is 100% for 15 years, more generous than even ITEP was before the reforms. So those are some of the concerns on the report that you're receiving. Thank you.
Jeanette Gerardo.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for your time. Jeanette Gerardo, my address is 3500 Canal Street, New Orleans, Louisiana. First, I want to thank the city council and the Morale administration, for working to include mention a significant portion of the ARPA funds have been provided for housing, which is a significant need in the city. And greatly appreciated for me that this council continue to use fund balances and reserves to address the needs of the community members, essential workers. And we can celebrate, but we also need to invest in a truly safe and thriving community. And just to reference, everybody's talking about this money with Shell. This is a significant amount of funding. We're talking about being short. However, we could have millions of dollars in tax revenues that could be additionally used. So although they're two separate issues, they all kind of speak to the same thing, funding for the city and the community so that we're thriving and growing and healthy and safe, but truly from the bottom up, not just by policing more. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the comments on the consent agenda. With that, I will move we adopt the consent agenda. Second by Councilmember Harris. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. The consent agenda is adopted. Next up, we have a couple of items we're moving forward on suspension, I believe. Yeah. But sorry, we're moving out of order in the agenda.
We have motion M23-536 by Councilmember Green, establishing the following temporary polling locations shown under the new site column of the table below as the official polling places for the below identified precincts within the parish of Orleans for the upcoming 2024 municipal primary and presidential preference election. Ward and Precinct 704 Morris Jeff Community School at Joseph S. Clark is moving to St. Roch Community Church. Ward 7, Precinct 5, Morris Jeff Community School at Joseph S. Clark is moving to Corpus Christi Epiphany Resource Center. So council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive this motion.
Moved by Councilmember Green, seconded by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. The rules are suspended.
7. Now we need to suspend the rules to add it. And now we need to adopt it.
Seven yeas, no nays. It's adopted.
We have motion M23-546 by Councilmember Jeruso, specifying the following temporary polling location changes remain the official temporary polling places for the precincts within the parish of Orleans for the upcoming 2024 municipal and presidential election. And this is a very lengthy change, Councilmember Jeruso.
I can speak to that. I make this very easy. These are polling places that already are temporary places. We've been asked by the clerk of court to keep those temporary places. They will continue to be Edward Hines Charter School instead of St. Dominic's, Paul Dunbar Elementary instead of the private hall, and Elijah Brimmer instead of New Orleans Math and High School. So I think, Madam Clerk, that sufficiently states the substance of what's being done. I'll move to suspend the rules. Second by Councilmember Harris. Six yeas, no nays. Move to add it to the agenda. Six yeas, no nays, and move to adopt. Second by Councilmember Harris. Need two more. Seven yeas, no nays. Thank you.
No, Hillary's the only person staying on the board.
What are y'all doing? Are we ready yet? Oh. We don't need any of these. Could you print them all?
Are we gonna appropriate?
We're now gonna go to page 16, a legislative grouping, the VCC appeal of Daniel E. Davalier. Oh. I'll go to the ordinances because it's not 11 o'clock yet. Are we almost ready with this budget stuff?
That's what I'm
They just kind of get the package together. But I think they all right. Council members, it's 11 o'clock and we're gonna start with land use while we're trying to get the budget stuff together. We're on page 16. We have a legislative grouping, a VCC appeal of Daniel E. Davalier Law Group LLC, requesting to appeal the Bucharest Commission's decision of denial of application for permits for gas lighting and copper cap flashing for property located at 625 Dauphine Street. We have motion M 23-539 by Councilmember King, granting and approving the applicant's request for property located at 625 Dauphine Street.
My clerk, Mr. Block, the floor is yours.
Thank you. This is an appeal of a VCC denial of permits regarding gas lighting and copper cap flashing at 625 Dauphine Street. This is referring to the decorative lighting. This case goes back to 2021, when extensive work to the building and large courtyard was discovered to have been completed without requisite permits, including the parapet cap flashing and the installation of 27 decorative gas fixtures, some replacing existing electrical fixtures. Based on guidelines, staff finds the current installation of decorative fixtures to be excessive and in some cases out of scale, and suggests that at most 3 or 4 decorative fixtures are likely appropriate for this entire property. Our bigger problem with this installation is that most of these were done without mechanical permits, which is not only a life safety hazard, but also an existential hazard to the French Quarter as a whole. There were 5 stop work orders issued for this work. These were disregarded and were continued, and ultimately power was cut off at this location to bring them into compliance. The power was pulled not by the Bucharest Commission, but by safety and permits. Regarding the cap flashing, prior to the installation of a new roof, there had not been cap flashing on this property for almost 205 years. Their permit expressly prohibited it, stating that metal cap flashing on the parapets or chimney is not allowed. Permit does not allow for cap flashing on parapets, chimneys, or surrounding work. As the work was done in direct opposition of the issued permit, and as staff does not find any compelling reason to allow the cap flashing retroactively for these conditions, staff recommends denial of the proposed cap flashing, retention with the applicant to properly flash the roof as per issued permit. I'd like to also say that allowing this in respect of the 5 stop work orders and the work that was done without mechanical permits, this sets a dangerous precedent. I find that it would be very unfortunate if it is understood within the community that one can just disregard stop work orders, not get permits if they need to, and proceed with the work as they hoping that City Council will overrule them. So thank you very much.
All right, this motion will grant the applicant's appeal approving the application for installation of lighting fixtures and retention of copper cap flashings. I would like to start by thanking Director Brian Block for his thorough and thoughtful report. I also want to stress my belief that VCC's concerns about the gas lantern installations were driven out of genuine safety concerns. Regarding the lighting fixtures, I have reviewed the photos, including the staff report, as well as the application materials. And while I'm not an expert in historic preservation, I do not feel as though this request is significantly excessive in the context of this property's size and layout. As for the retention of copper cap flashings, I do my best to balance the mission of the historic preservation while the desire of property owners to incorporate building signs best practices. It is my appreciation that cap flashings, when properly installed, contribute to the longevity and structural integrity of the roof, balancing preservation with practical consideration. With this, I move to grant the appeal.
Oh, for what date?
Second by Councilmember Jeruso.
Oh, okay. I'm voting. That's his signature.
All right, we have 5 yeas, no nays, motion approved, motion adopted.
We're now on top of page 17. Zoning docket 6523 has been deferred to 1214. Zoning docket 7223 has been deferred to 1214. On top of page 18, all matters, zoning docket 7523 has been deferred to 1214. Zoning docket 7623 has been deferred to 1214. On top of page 19, we have a legislative grouping, zoning docket 7723, Liberty Street Cottages LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit an established multifamily dwellings in an HURD2 historic urban two-family residential district on square 556, lots 23 and 24 are the rear portions of lots 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, part of lot 23 and 24 in the 6th Municipal District, bounded by South Liberty Street, Louisiana Avenue, Delachey Street, and LaSalle Street. Municipal address 3417 through 3423 South Liberty Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 4 provisos. We have motion M23-543 by Councilmember Harris, approving and granting the applicant's conditional use request on zoning docket 7723 for properties located at 3417 through 3423 South Liberty Street, subject to 4 provisos set forth by the City Planning Commission.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Stephen, can you brief us on the CPC report?
Sure, council member, this is a proposal to renovate and restore to use 4 doubles on a single lot on South Liberty Street in Central City. It's in a zoning district that generally allows limits residential to singles and doubles, but does allow for the restoration of historic multifamily, which is the case here. Because there would be a total of 8 units, it does require council action. This is something that was approved by the council a few years ago, as it would restore historic building stock to use and provide housing opportunities in a neighborhood that's really well served by transit, by amenities and public resources. However, an administrative deadline was missed, which caused the approval to lapse. This is simply a reapplication, and the Planning Commission supports it for the reasons we supported it the first time.
Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and move. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember Green. All in favor?
You need one more.
I need one more vote.
Councilman. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Motion carries.
We're now on top of page 20. We have the legislative group in zoning docket 7923, Emil Vergandema, requesting a conditional use to permit a wireless telecommunication antennas, facilities, and tower exceeding 65 feet in height in a C1 general commercial district, a portion of lot A on square 523 in the 7th Municipal District, bounded by Airline Highway, Edinburgh Street, and Live Oak Street. Municipal address is 9375 Airline Highway. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for denial. We have motion M23-541 by Councilmember Jeruso, overruling and approving the applicant's conditional use request on zoning docket 7923 for the property located at 9375 Airline Highway.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll.
Council member, this is a proposal to allow a 100-foot tall wireless pole. It was constructed at this location on Airline Highway. It was permitted at a height of 65 feet. The actual construction occurred at 100 feet, and that requires conditional use approval. Because it had already been constructed contrary to the height specified on the building permit, the planning commission viewed it with disfavor and recommended denial. I will note that the applicant was under the impression that the commission would defer action at that meeting and was not able to attend, which is a bit unusual. But this is before you with a denial recommendation from the planning.
Yeah, can I ask you one question before Mr. Lund speaks? And I realize this may not be a Stephen Kroll issue, so I want to be very clear about that. Was there a staff report on this?
So the staff report was very limited. It was a couple pages because a lot of the issues that come into play have to do with how regulations are applied at the specific site. That was still kind of in a working process as we wrote the report. So the report was deferral to allow us time to complete the report, and of course, it wasn't completed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I worry about that, not with you, of course, but note to city planning commissioners, like if you tell somebody we're going to defer something and they can't be there, then that ought to happen. And B, there ought to be a complete report. So, Mr. Lund, and again, Mr. Kroll, that's not directed at you. I want to be very clear about that. Mr. Lund, you have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Giarrusso. Daniel Lund III, Phelps Dunbar for the applicant, Emil Vergadamo. We're here principally to answer questions. I believe that staff is fully conversant in the details of this site. It is a pole which is actually shorter than most of the poles in the neighborhood. Now, our appreciation is that city planning typically votes to approve height changes like this when the need for coverage is established, and we've established that in the record. And so we would ask for the council's approval.
I think, Mr. Lund, the bottom line here is the pole exists and that the conditional use is just making it and bringing it to legal conformity.
That's accurate.
Yeah, okay. All right, considering all of those circumstances, I'm gonna move to overrule City Planning Commission about this. It's been seconded by Councilmember King. I think we need one more. Thank you, Councilmember. 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
But now, we're gonna pass.
Sure, that'll work.
We're gonna pass over page 21. We're now gonna go to, are we ready yet? Right. We're now on page 26, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 33,183 has been deferred to June 6th. At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,277 has been deferred to December 14th. On top of page 27, the legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,308 has been continued indefinitely, as well as the amendment to 3408 has been continued indefinitely. On top of page 28, all matters, ordinance calendar number 34,347 has been deferred to January the 4th. The legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,385 has been deferred to December 14th, as well as on page 29, motion line over, M23-426 has been deferred to 12/14. Motion line over M23-427 has been deferred to 12/14. On top of page 30, ordinance calendar number 34,393 by council members Jeruso, Harris, Moreno, Morel, Green, Thomas, and King. An ordinance to add section 2-672 to the code of the city of New Orleans to require the law department to produce and transmit a monthly report regarding contracts in progress, including but not limited to when the contract. All right. At the bottom of the page, Councilmember Harris. We have ordinance calendar number 34,440 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to authorize the placement of honorary street dedication signage for Art Neville and his brothers along the 1,000 through the 1,100 blocks of Valance Street to provide for the payment of costs for the creation, installation, and removal of signage, and to otherwise provide with respect thereto.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I'm excited to author this ordinance honoring the Neville family and their contribution to New Orleans music and culture that has spread far and wide. Heavily influenced by the unique music which seems to echo throughout the streets of New Orleans and their personal proximity to musicians, they would later join the ranks of notoriety. The Neville brothers created a sound which cemented their place in New Orleans history. While the Neville brothers have cemented their place in New Orleans history and culture, each of the siblings are accomplished musicians in their own right. So it's only fitting that the honorary renaming of Valance Street to Neville Way occur, as the four brothers spent part of their childhood there, leading to their exposure to gospel music, which lit their passion for creating and sharing music. I, of course, need to thank Arthel Neville, who's been working with my office and all the necessary city departments to make this happen and ensure the iconic Neville family gets the honor that they deserve. Are there any online comments?
We have two.
Can you please read them, Anita?
First one is from Guy Sharpless, who says, the Neville family has contributed so much to our city and touched so many that it goes entirely without saying that I wholeheartedly support naming a street in their honor. My only question would be, why haven't we done this sooner? And the other comment is from Andy Levin, who says, I first came to New Orleans in 1992 to photograph the Neville brothers on Valance Street for Life magazine. That street will always be associated with the Neville brothers and with the Neville family. Yes, 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 let's rename it and do the right thing by our great musicians.
Thank you, Anita. Yeah, this is a big win. I've moved, Councilmember King has seconded, Councilmember Green.
I was just gonna add, I appreciate the fact that you're doing this, but as we think about the Neville family as musicians, I'm aware of many things that they've done in the community to help this community as a city move forward, and they speak for us so well. So this is a great honor for them, but as we address them as musicians and everybody knows them as musicians, we also thank them for what they do to make a positive contribution to our city.
Absolutely, Councilmember Green. Thank you for that addition. Move seconded. I need one more vote. All right, it has gone forward. Thank you all, and thank you for your support.
We're now on top of page 31. Ordinance calendar number 34,441 has been deferred to December 14th. On top of page 32, we have ordinance calendar number 34,446. Our council members Jeruso, Morel, Moreno, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. An ordinance.
This is supposed to be withdrawn, Madam Clerk.
Oh, okay.
So ordered.
Okay. We at the bottom of page 33. We have ordinance calendar number 34,462 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to rescind ordinance number 29,670 MCS to correct an unintentional error in the recitals and to reauthorize the placement of honorary street dedication signage for Henry Professor Longhair Rolling Bird along the 1600, 1700, and 1800 blocks of Terpsichore Street from St. Charles Avenue to Aretha Castle Haley Boulevard and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This ordinance simply corrects a minor unintentional error in the recitals of the ordinance that created the honorary street name for Professor Longhair. So the street naming is going forward, but this is just a technical correction. Are there any comments from the dais? Any online comments? All right, I'll go ahead and move. Seconded by Councilmember Green. All in favor? 5 yeas. Thank you.
On top of page 23, on top of page 34. Ordinance calendar number 34,465 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to provide for the designation of public property within specified areas of the city of New Orleans as a temporary clean zone during a time period beginning at 6 a.m. Monday, April 8, 2024, and ending at 6 p.m. Monday, April 15, 2024, relative to the use of these public areas in conjunction with the 24 French Quarter Festival and during the time period beginning at 6 a.m. Monday, July 29, 2024, and ending at 6 p.m. Monday, August 5th, 2024, relative to the use of these areas in conjunction with the 2024 Satchmo Summerfest and related activities and events produced by French Quarter Festival to provide for the temporary prohibition of certain permits within the clean zone area, to provide for the temporary prohibition of transaction of certain businesses and or commercial activity in the clean zone area, to provide for the establishment of one or more public participation areas, to provide for the establishment of fines and penalties for violations of this ordinance, to establish the clean zone as one, the area within the French Quarter as defined in section 166-2 of the Code of the City of New Orleans. 2, the area generally bounded by the east bank of Mississippi River, Orange Street, Chapatula Street, Callio Street, Rampart Street, and the Legion Fields Avenue, including Waldenburg Riverfront Park, Spanish Plaza, Louis Armstrong Park, Crescent Park, the Louisiana State Museum, the New Orleans Jazz Museum at the Mint, and the airspace above the specified boundaries and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me ask that this be deferred with this amendment. This-
I'm sorry.
Madam Clerk, no, it's no problem.
We have an amendment.
Right. So can we just pass on this for a moment? I'm just getting this amendment.
All right.
All right, thank you.
All right, we're gonna come back to this one. All right, you wanna do Councilmember Harris?
Yes. 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 Yeah. Your amendment just.
Yeah, we're good. Councilmember Moreno does have a amendment that he
All
wants to
right.
speak on briefly.
We have an amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,465 by Councilmember Moreno. On page 1, delete lines 21 through 24 in their entirety and insert in lieu thereof. Street and Esplanade Avenue, including Waldenburg Riverfront Park, Spanish Plaza, Louis Armstrong Park, the Louisiana State Museum, the New Orleans Jazz Museum at the Mint, and the airspace above the specified boundaries and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Number 2, on page 3, delete lines 27 through 31 in their entirety and insert in lieu thereof. Number 2, the area generally bounded by the east bank of Mississippi River, Orange Street, Chapatoulas Street, Callio Street, Rampart Street, Esplanade Avenue, including Waldenburg Riverfront Park, Spanish Plaza, Louis Armstrong Park, the Louisiana State Museum, the New Orleans Jazz Museum at the Mint, and the airspace above the boundaries. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The amendment that my staff worked on with Councilmember King's office just kind of hones in the clean zone to the French Quarter area where the festival is happening. And the reason for this is, as we've all heard before, there's been some issues with clean zones being too expansive. And so we were just trying to be as responsible and careful as possible. And in conversations with the French Quarter Fest folks, they were good with this particular change as well. Happy to take any questions.
We have a comment from Ms. Emily, French Quarter Fest.
Hi, my name is Andrew Woodruff. I'm taking the place of Emily Madero, our CEO, who is on the way right now.
But before you go, just want to remind you to fill out your own comment card once you finish.
Okay, no problem. So my name is Andrew. I represent French Quarter Festivals, Inc. We are located at 400 North Peters Street in the French Quarter. And on behalf of our nonprofit organization, I'd like to thank the full council for their consideration of this annual ordinance. 2023 French Quarter Festival was a major success for our team as well as our city and state. We welcomed nearly 875,000 attendees over 4 days to celebrate the 40th anniversary of our event. There were more than 300 live music artists, over 20 stages, 60 local food vendors. This is a 100% Louisiana-based culinary and food festival. And we're proud that French Quarter Festival remains accessible to city residents and tourists alike, as we are the largest free festival in the region, and we feature 100% local Louisiana lineup. According to the study that we commissioned from the University of New Orleans last year, the total economic impact of the 2023 French Quarter Festival was $310 million. Additionally, the economic impact of our second festival, Satchmo Summerfest, was $3 million this past August. French Quarter Festivals, Inc. is a 501c3 organization which relies on city partnerships to present world-class festivals in the Bouquet. This annual Clean Zone ordinance has been a key factor in the continued success of French Quarter Festival and Satchmo Summerfest over the years. We'd like to thank the City Council, Councilman King, Mayor Cantrell, and the city's emergency services for supporting us again in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Needy. Any online comments? All right. This time, make a motion.
Wait, I have a comment. I just want to make sure that the administration is in full-throated support of this, because there were issues with the last clean zone. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and holding hands together. See, all right, just making sure. All right, thank you.
Okay, but wait, we're about to vote on the amendment, right? Okay, all right.
Five yeas, no nays on the amendment.
Five yeas, no nays on the motion as adopted.
On the ordinance.
On the ordinance. On the ordinance as adopted. Thank you. As amended. It's amended. Thank you.
Okay, on the top of page 35. Let's go. We have ordinance calendar number 34,468 by council members Harris, Moreno, Morel, Jeruso, King, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the disposition by the city of New Orleans of a certain parcel of immovable property designated as lots S1 and situated in squares 305, 332, and 341 in the first municipal district of the city of New Orleans, parish of Orleans, state of Louisiana, which property is defined as the city exchange land and the act of exchange as Exhibit A. The act of exchange in exchange for a certain parcel of immovable property owned by the state of Louisiana and designated as Lot C2 and situated in squares 333 and 340 and the portion of Liberty Street that runs between such squares in the first municipal district of the city of New Orleans, which property is defined as the state exchange land in the act of exchange and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This ordinance authorizes the city to exchange the land underlying the Civil District Court building, adjacent surface parking lot, and a portion of the City Hall parking garage to the state of Louisiana in exchange for the state-owned portion of Duncan Plaza. This ordinance is a first step just to keep the process moving and considering a land swap to build a new City Hall and new Civil District Court building. Are there any online or public comments? Okay, I'll go ahead and move. I need a second from Councilmember Green. All in favor? 6 yeas. Thank you.
7 years. We are now on top of page 36. Well, at the bottom of page 36. We have ordinance calendar number 34,478 by council members King and Jeruso by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans African American Museum for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of beautification, human services, and education in the city of New Orleans, as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Make motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Thomas. You have one to vote the machines, please. 5 yeas, no nays, motion is adopted. Thank you.
Who didn't vote? Oh. On top of page 37. Ordinance calendar number 34,479 by council members King and Jeruso by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Preservation Hall Foundation for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of recreation, beautification, human services, and or education in the city of New Orleans as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Thomas. We have 6 yeas, no nays. Motion is adopted. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,482 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 3 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University Agriculture and Mechanical College, herein represented by Louisiana State University Health Science Center, New Orleans, relative to increasing the availability, acceptability, and use of COVID-19 public health information and services by racial and ethnic minorities and other vulnerable populations in the city of New Orleans, to modify the provisions thereof for an additional 1 year as more fully set forth in the amendment number 3 form as Exhibit 1 and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you for that great explanation, Madam Clerk. I make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. Five ayes, no nays. The motion is adopted. Thank you.
On top of page 38, we have ordinance calendar number 34,483 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an amendment number 2 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans Community Support Foundation relative to increasing the availability, acceptability, and use of COVID public health information and services by racial and ethnic minorities and other vulnerable populations in Orleans Parish, to modify the provisions thereof and extend the term thereof for an additional 1 year as more fully set forth in amendment number 2 form as Exhibit 1 and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I make a motion to adopt. Seconded by Councilmember Green. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion is adopted.
On top of page 39, at the bottom of the page, where's Councilmember Harris? The bottom of the page, 39. We have ordinance calendar number 34,486 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around the Lions Recreation Center located at 624 Louisiana Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the Wild Chapatoulas Indian Holiday Party for Australia Street Baptist Church Seniors on Sunday, December 17, 2023, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you. This is an ordinance for the Wild Chapatoulas Indians Holiday Party for Australia Street Baptist Church Seniors. Mr. Burnside, I know you have a comment. Mr. Burnside, before you talk about fee waiver in full, this is a half fee waiver. This and the second one are half of the fees.
Okay, then I'm very, very confused because I went over here and read these calendar numbers, and I agree that for number 34, it's 50%, but I read for number 33, it's 100.
It's not, so we'll just.
I mean, I went over to the.
Okay, let me get with Liz for a second, hold on. But why don't you go ahead and do the whole thing about half fee waivers versus full fee waivers while we're double checking that.
Like Larry Burnside, 2215. I'm not a paid actor, but I think I'm a really good unpaid actor, but maybe OT will disagree with me since he's actually a union member. So, you know, we got Shell Corporation. Maybe we can make a deal with them. Maybe we can give them a 50% fee waiver instead of 100%, huh? Think about it. Thank you guys very much.
And Mr. Burnside, you're absolutely correct. The first one is for 100%. I get the whole half fee waiver. The second one is for half of the fee, but I'm going to go ahead and move as it is submitted for a full fee waiver for the Wild Chapatoulas Senior Party, seconded by Councilmember King. 5 yeas. Thank you.
5, 6. At the top of page 40, we have ordinance calendar number 34,487 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around A.L. Davis Playground, located at 2600 LaSalle Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the Love Covers a Multitude of Sins holiday giveaway on Saturday, December 23rd, 2023, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, this ordinance will provide a fee waiver for the Love Covers a Multitude of Sins holiday giveaway at A.L. Davis Park. This is for a half fee waiver. Mr. Burnside, do you have a comment on this one?
So I'll save my comments for Shell for later, but I want to use this as an opportunity to point out that transparency isn't always everything it might be. It says here that ordinance to temporary waive certain fees and permit fees and whatever. Why not just say 100% if that's really what you believe? And why not say 50% if that's really what you not believe, so that you can save an old man from having to walk over this table and look at a bunch of stuff to figure out what the hell's going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I've moved, Councilmember King has seconded. Seven years. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,488 has been deferred to December 14th. On top of page 41, all matters. The legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,489 has been deferred to 12/14, and the amendment to 34,489 has been deferred to 12/14. On top of page 43, we have ordinance calendar number 34,492 by council members King, Moreno, Thomas, Morrell, and Green. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 110-212, 110-214, 110, 110-214, 110-215 of the Code of the City of New Orleans regarding mobile foot, push cart, and animal drawn food vending to reduce the number of available permits, to require specific means of display of permits, to expand operation hours, to prohibit blocking of wheelchair access, to prohibit sales to customers in vehicles, to prohibit the use of open flames, to rescind the entitlement to some permits by certain vendors, to require a lottery for the issuance of new permits, to limit the number of new permits issued, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,492 by Councilmember King. Number 1, in section 2 on page 3, line 6, delete 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. and insert the following in lieu thereof. 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. and only between the hours of 10 a.m. and 2 a.m. in the VCE 1 and the VCE Bucare Entertainment Districts. Number 2, in section 2 on page 5, after line 33, insert the following. 1, no more than 2 mobile foot, push cart, or animal drawn food vendors shall operate within 30 feet of another group of such vendors of equal or lesser size. That is the amendment.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. The amendment allows push carts to begin operating an hour earlier at 10 a.m. instead of 11 a.m. and allows for extended hours of operation until 2 a.m. in the Rue Carré Entertainment Districts. It also provides for spacing requirements in between vendors. So I make a motion to amend. And properly second by Councilmember Jeruso.
Not yet, because
5 yeas, 6 yeas, 6 yeas, no nays.
Wait.
7 yeas. So it's been amended. I'm sorry. So before we go on the actual motion as adopted, a motion to adopt as amended, there's a comment card. Well, hold on, Mr. Burnside. Well, Madam Clerk, I was just informed that this is supposed to be at 1:30. Okay. Okay. We'll hold it. I don't want anybody to say it was bamboozled and not aware what's happening.
So what's gonna happen is whenever we get to this, we're gonna reconsider because you already took a vote
Okay,
on the amendment, and we'll read it all into the record all over again.
that sounds good. Thank you.
All right. So right now, we're about to go. We're about to start the budget process. And we're gonna go to at the bottom of page 38. We have ordinance calendar number 34,484 by council members Jeruso and Moreno by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 2-63 through 2-85 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to amend section 2-63 to impose budget submission and monitoring requirements on certain agencies that are involved in the criminal legal system and are funded in part or wholly by city funds, reserve the remaining sections of Article 3 of Chapter 2 of the City Code, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. As we start the budget process, I just kind of want to make a couple of opening statements. First, I want to thank, I don't know where Norm went, but Mr. White, Mr. Montano, the mayor, Courtney Story, John Harris, Brandy DeLarge, Calvin Aguilar, Ashley Spears, Amy McCarron, Amanda Rizzo, and my office primarily because they are a big reason for all the work that's been done. Obviously, this also involves 7 council members who are in constant communication about what the city's priorities are, as well as tweaking those to try and better serve the residents and citizens of the city. For people who are watching and want to know what's going to happen, the clerk just read out that we are starting with the Criminal Justice Agency quarterly reporting. Mr. Montano will give some comments about that. We'll move to code enforcement creation, which is item number 37 on the agenda. From there, the ordinance to deal with the tax levies. After that, number 4, number 20, parcel fees for special taxing districts, which has 1 amendment. Then the capital budget ordinance, which is 9C. Then the motion on 5-year capital program, 9F. Then we have the operating budget revenue, 9A. And then after that, the expenditures for the operating budget, which has a number of amendments primarily from the administration and from council members. I think that's where we'll hear the most from council members about their priorities. And I know there's 2 additional amendments being offered along with those. Next will be fees for notarial services, number 21. And before I go any further, if people have questions about some of the budget amendments, Amy and Courtney prepared this 2024 budget amendment memo. It is linked at the agenda at item number 9. All you have to do is go pull that up. And it's a fantastic summary of what is a pretty complicated process. And I appreciate their work on that. Number 10 is Downtown Development District, 9E. Number 11, New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund, 9D. Then we have motion for the Aviation Board. Then motion for Delgado and Albania Plantation. We have to find substitute motions for the next couple of items. French Market Corporation, 9I. Municipal Yacht Harbor, 9J. 9K is Orleans Parish Communications District. 9L is New Orleans Building Corporation. Then we have our cleanup technical adjustment motion, and then we'll just take the other two budget matters, numbers 25 and 26, that are on the amendment. The other thing I would just ask the public is there are a lot of items that are here. So two things. Number one, if you want to speak about the operating budget, great, but don't do it during downtown development district. Please keep your comment germane to the topic that is there. Number two, we are going to try and hear as closely as possible to 2 minutes because there are so many items to be voted on and all these items have been discussed publicly. And number three, there will be some things that I'm going to add some more context to before we vote. That won't be every single item, but there will be some. So with that, Mr. Montano, the floor is yours. Thank you for you and your team's hard work on this.
Chairman Jeruso, members of the council, I certainly want to echo all the thanks and praises to our teams and our staff. Obviously, nothing would move within the city but for their dedicated diligence and work. I know you went through the names, and I'm sure at the closeout we'll have another commentary period to really sharpen those thank yous. The issue at hand and one of the conversations that I've had amongst counselors and various different external agencies is the process and formalities that we are requesting for our external agencies to operate under. Now, I want to preface this by saying that nothing we're asking of our external agencies, we're not already currently asking for our internal departments. It's important to note that about $100 million of our budget goes to external agencies, everything from the sheriff's office, the DA, the clerk court, the coroner's office. So it is a sizable and a significant amount of our overall budget. What this ordinance collectively provides and asks for is a more robust accounting mechanism for the city to better evaluate those budgetary decisions that we have to make either on a quarterly or annual basis. So we'd be asking specifically for FTE counts. We'd be specifically asking for payroll assumptions and projections, burn rates, things of that nature, fund balance evaluation, just so we have a better real-time idea of what and how these external agencies are spending down their dollars. So as policy and decision makers, we can better allocate those resources. Right now, it's kind of a crapshoot. A number is asked for, there's a demonstration of that number, but sometimes the information and the data is delayed before we can have an intelligent evaluation and analysis and recommendation. So with that, and I think an important part to add is that there is a holdover budget from last year to this year for external agencies. So although external agencies have requested significant more money in some cases, I think collectively we are pausing to wait for the outcome of these particular ordinances so that we can get a better first quarter understanding of where they are come into fiscal year 2024 and how they're going to carry out through the perpetuate, through the nature of the rest of the year. So I do expect and anticipate that first or perhaps second quarter after this data is received and we are comfortable with all the decision-making processes that we have to provide to recommend such budget, we will have a amendment or some sort of cleanup for those external agencies. So the idea and the intention was not to change the budget year over year until after we were able to receive this information. And now that we have a formalized way, many of these external agencies, I don't want to discount, do provide this, and some have some great reporting and some incredible data. This just an appreciation for the council is formalizing it, codifying it, and allows for the future to require it. And I will once again resharpen, this is exactly what we ask of all our internal agencies and report on our internal agencies. Mr. Chair, that's all I have. Should there be any other questions, I'm willing to address.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Moreno wants to make a comment.
Thank you. It's not necessarily a question, more of a comment. First, thank you, Mr. Montano, for working with Councilmember Jeruso's office and my office on this particular instrument. I certainly think that it is needed. And I have actually an example as to why it's necessary. You may recall that during the budget hearings that we had, I had specific questions for the sheriff's office for a fund that they have that's supposed to be for special projects that wasn't in any of our information, any of our spreadsheets, but somehow there is somewhere they have a special projects fund with potentially, they said, maybe $100,000. So I've been asking for information about that particular fund since our budget hearings, have sent emails, have sent official letters, and have still received no information on it. So I think that that's just a perfect example as to why we need these types of check-ins and require really by this particular ordinance that this is a type of information that must be provided to the city if you want to get your funding. So once again, thank you so much for moving this forward with us. And I think it's greatly needed and long overdue.
Thank you. The only comment I would add is it's very tough as the appropriating body when people fly the flag of safety and want to make you scared that if you don't provide money, bad things are going to happen, but then don't let you inside to look at their budget to see what the case is. So now it takes away that rhetoric so we can look inside and hold outside agencies to the exact same standard that we're asking of our internal public safety agencies too. All right, so I've moved and seconded. Mr. Burnside, you have a public comment, sir?
So this old man didn't get through all the emails that he normally sends out on everything. So I want to make sort of a generalized comment instead of a specific one. And the generalized comment is that a lot of information is presented verbally here and not visually. So I might suggest as we move forward that pie charts are a really good thing and should be included. For instance, there should be a pie chart for all revenue. There should be a pie chart for all expenditures, and there should be little tiny pie slices saying this is for external agencies, this is for this is for that. Because when you say things once and it's not written down, it's really hard for most people to grab hold of it. Teachers are taught that if you really want to teach somebody something, you tell them what you're going to tell them. Please put in pie charts. You tell them what you're tell them, which is please put in pie charts. And then you tell them what you told them, which is please put in pie charts. And then maybe they remember, even though they don't see anything and even though they don't do anything. So take it for what it's worth.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. All right, I've moved. It's been seconded by Councilmember Green. Seven yeas, no nays.
We're now going to go to page 42 at the top of the page. We have ordinance calendar number 34,490 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 26-6, 26-76, 26-150, 26-151.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, man.
26-240, 26-243, 26-406, 26-416, 26-446, 26-652, 54-151, 66-258, 66-417, 70-415.126 through 70-415.129, 70-415.266, and 82-320 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to reflect the establishment of the Department of Code Enforcement in the Home Rule Charter and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And this is an item that I know has been near and dear to all of our hearts. New Orleans residents approved a charter change in October to create a standalone Office of Code Enforcement. That office becomes effective on January 1, 2024. All this ordinance does is clearly provides for a single code enforcement office and cleans up the language in the code. What I'd like to do with everybody's permission is add all council members as co-authors because this has been a unified effort. Councilmember Green.
Councilmember Jeruso, I'd just like to thank you for your enthusiasm relative to this ordinance that was put here, but also based on the voter participation. I want to thank voters for expressing clearly their desire to see this done. And I think, as you know, most people understood the importance of this. And your office members went around to various meetings, including community meetings. I was there for a couple of them. I appreciate that outreach. It was the way to get the word out. And I think that's one of the reasons that we got overwhelming support from voters relative to this
change of our charter because people had a chance to ask those questions and get the answers that they needed. So thank you for your enthusiasm and for the work of your staff, letting the public know.
Thank you all so much. We'll vote, but Councilmember Burnside, you want to make a public comment?
I want to echo and learn from Councilperson Green, which is not just to thank you, but also to thank the voters. I didn't think of that, but I will say thank you. I was at one of Councilperson Harris's town hall and you bustled in and bustled out as you went forth and tried to get this done in real life instead of just in theory. And that's one of my problems. I come up here and talk too much and don't go out there and do enough. So I want to say thank you for that a lot. I will point out the obvious, which is code enforcement has a problem with title research, and the amount of money that's been put in there for external contracts to help them get their backlog is not sufficient. It might get you 3/4 of the backlog if you're really, really lucky. So somebody needs to chat with code enforcement about what it really takes to finish off that backlog, because it's as bad as the DNA testing backlog.
Thank you. Yes, the voters, the administration, and my colleagues, and the public for all the support. All right, I'm missing one vote, I think, here. 7-0.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,491 has been deferred to 12/14. We'll now go to the top of page 32. We have ordinance calendar number 34,451 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to levy ad valorem taxes upon the assessed value of all property, real, personal, and mixed, subject to taxation in the city of New Orleans and relative to the levy of ad valorem taxes on property located in special development and security district in the city of New Orleans for the year 2024 to adjust millage rates for the year 2024 and to reallocate the tax receipts for a state millage and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment, and I will read the explanation only. We have tax 1, amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,451 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. Adjustments made to levy ad valorem taxes to reflect the rollback millages provided by the Louisiana Legislative Auditor and the millages requested by the Turo-Bulani Security District and the Garden District Security District. That is the amendment.
All right, here's the headline on this, as we've discussed many times. The city collectively, administration and council is committed to not rolling the city millages forward. That includes police, fire, general alimony, the park partners, early childhood education, and sewage and water board. As Mr. Montano estimated for us, that is nearly $140 million over 4 years that we are saving taxpayers. One other highlight that I think people should know is one of the things that we do not control, but we have to vote on, is the Board of Liquidation. They have also lowered their millages from 19.5 to 16.5, and additional savings as well for taxpayers too. So it's closer to about 155 million saved. Councilmember Green, do you want to give your little notice here to the other taxing entities? And I would also just say the sheriff has said publicly she was not rolling her millage forward.
I just want to emphasize, thank you. And I've said it enough that I think it's courageous on the part of the city council and the mayor, who agreed that we would hold the line on tax increases by not rolling forward our millage. Of course, that puts challenges on government because it means that there's not as much revenue available. Certainly there's enough, but it also provides relief to our citizens, and we hear your concerns. And I just want to emphasize that I'll be outspoken next year when people come before us and say things that aren't true. It is not true that the assessments increase means an automatic increase in taxes for anyone. There are bodies that I encourage the public to speak to: the school board, the Southeast Louisiana Flood Protection Authority. They can make their decisions, but they should have it with public input. But this city council has stood strong, and the mayor has stood strong on keeping taxes at a reasonable level, not going up. And I applaud the fact that we have done so. And in the midst of that, we're still able to provide services and in some respects, even increase services for our citizens. So a good job, and thank you for that opportunity, Councilman.
Thank you. All right, let's move on the amendment I've moved. Second by Councilmember Harris. Seven yeas, no nays, and now on the ordinance as amended, I will move. Second by Councilmember Green. Waiting on one more. Seven yeas, no nays. Thank you.
We're now gonna go to page, at the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,453 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to levy fees on property located in special security improvement taxing districts in the city of New Orleans for the year 2024 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment by Councilmember Jeruso by request. Number one, on page 15, line 324, after improvement district, add the following, except that no fee shall be imposed upon any parcel whose owner qualifies for the special assessment levy provided by Article 7, Section 18 GI of the Louisiana Constitution. Number two, on page 16, line 349, after security district, add the following, except that no fee shall be imposed upon any parcel whose owner qualifies for the special assessment levy provided by Article 7, Section 18 GI of the Louisiana Constitution. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I've moved for approval on the amendment, seconded by Councilmember Green. 7 yeas, no nays. Now I'll move on the ordinance as amended. Second also by Councilmember Green. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
We're now going to go to the bottom of page 22. We have ordinance calendar number 34,450 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to provide a capital budget for the year 2024 in accordance with provisions of section 3-117 and 4-2061F of the Home Rule Charter of the City of New Orleans and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
So I want to say a couple things about this. First, this is the general ordinance that gets filed without a ton of detail. That doesn't preclude things from happening with the capital budget as a result of that. Number two, remember members and the public that we still have the second tranche of bonds to sell, which are estimated to be roughly over $200 million. And then number three, what the administration and I think what we have asked for, particularly given some of the comments today, is when it comes to investing in third-party economic development projects, that we develop a clear, consistent, predictable, transparent process by which that happens. I saw some of the Economic Development Committee meeting, and I know Councilmember Thomas in particular raised some issues about why it seems like some projects in some areas get things and other people don't. I think we need to take all the mystery out of that and make it as clear and predictable and precise to the public as possible. So with that, I will move for approval. Seconded by Councilmember Green. 7 yeas, no nays.
We're now gonna go to the bottom of page 23. We have motion line over M 23-498 by Councilmember Jeruso by request, recommending projects to be funded for the remaining 4 years of the 5-year capital program 2025 through 2028.
Thank you. I move for approval. Second by Councilmember Harris. 7 yeas, no nays.
We're now going to go to the top of page 22.
Interesting, John.
We have ordinance calendar number, this is a legislative grouping. We have ordinance calendar number 34,448 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to provide an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2024 in accordance with sections 3-116, 4-2061F, and 6-102 of the Home Rule Charter of the City of New Orleans and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there are several amendments.
Madam Clerk, to help you out, do you want me just to handle the explanation so you don't have to read everything?
That's fine.
All right, just trying to get this moving and we're all on the same page. So the First Amendment members is just allocating federal grants to different departments. And we do this all the time. So I'm going to move for approval on the First Amendment, RB federal grants. Saw a second. Can we voice vote on this? Moreno, all right. Seconded. There we go. 7 yeas, no nays. Next item is
RBGFPY.
Thank you, ma'am. This is just, again, moving monies into fund balance as appropriate. I'll move for approval. Second by Councilmember Green. Okay, yeah, all right. And this is relative to 34,448, and it's appropriating $55,985,404. Okay, next one is
RBIGR.
Thank you, ma'am. And IGR.
That's what I have.
Okay, sorry, I ran the wrong number for GFPY. That's 38,391,233. This is 55,985,404 for increased revenues. So I'll move for approval on IGR. All right, that's 7. Is that recorded as 7-0?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
We have RB
Special
special funds.
Okay. So special funds. This is to a total of 10,825,000 increase of revenue special funds. Move for approval. Seven yeas, no nays.
And the final amendment is RB state and local.
Thank you. This is a very small increase of $203,450. I'll move for approval. Second by Councilmember Green. Waiting on one more. 7 yeas, no nays. All right, before we vote on the ordinance as amended number of times, I think the only comment card I have on the revenue side is from Mr. Burnside. And I have numerous comments on the expense side.
Hey, council people. Hello, Chief Administrative Officer, Chief Executive Officer, Chief something or another officer. I get I think accounting, and I know it's not accounting, something other than Chief Accounting Officer. So did I mention pie charts? Not even a blank. Pie charts. So it would be nice if there was something up there other than a lighthouse, because we don't have lighthouses here in New Orleans. And it would be nice if there was a revenue chart up there that showed where our money comes from. Because I came to all of the public budget committee meetings and may never do it again because I don't have that kind of stamina. I'm an old man. But it's my understanding that basically half of our revenue comes from the federal government. And I don't mean FEMA money and I don't mean capital budget. I mean operating budget money, half of it's federal. Which means when the federal government changes hands from Democratic to Republican, a lot of that money will go to state because state is, federal system. Federal government's supposed to send money to the state. State's supposed to send money to the cities. Doesn't work here because the first time ARPA was sent to the state didn't send it to the city. So then the 40 mayors decided it'd be a great idea to go directly to Washington and get directly money. And there are a lot of state governors, not just ours, who that doesn't make happy. So if we've got like half of our revenue from the federal government, it's something that people should know. It should be up there in a big pie chart and like half of it should say like federal government, so that we have some idea just how much the federal government is subsidizing our existence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. All right, I'll move on the ordinance as amended multiple times. Second by Councilmember Moreno. Seven yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, not the bottom, the middle, we have ordinance calendar number 34,449 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to provide an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2024 in accordance with section 3-115, 4-2061F, and 6-1023 of the Home Rule Charter of the city of New Orleans and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there are several amendments. EB Federal GR.
All right, Madam Clerk, before we get to the amendments, what I'd like to do is go over a couple of general housekeeping items. And then this is the opportunity also where I'd like to give the council members some time to talk about the priorities they inserted into the budget with the omnibus amendment. Let me first say this, as the CAO alluded to, we will continue the quarterly reporting process. I think we will try to narrow and tailor a little bit more carefully departments and agencies who are part of that process to either ones that seemingly are continuing to have problems. That's the first category. Second one is that they're not spending their money quickly enough. We had some departments still that had sizable fund balance and or ARPA money that wasn't spent. And then as the CAO alluded to, if departments need or outside agencies need money, that would be the appropriate time to do this. I want to say thank you to all of my colleagues because particularly with the omnibus amendment is really a joint effort between so many different people to a couple of different things that are in here. Also generally for LCCR, their budget amendment is for additional outside legal services. I would note for the housing advocates that they will have received close to $50 million since Q3 this past year, $32 million, and then 17 that's been advocated by Councilmember Harris and others. For youth and family services, by our calculation, between Office of Youth Force Development, NORD, Councilmember Morel, once again asking that the NORD budget be restored fully, Office of Workforce Development, there are about $33 million going to youth services and programs. And I think that number is a little bit light because I know Councilmember Thomas has some programs as well. As for the law department and judgments, I want to take a minute because I know we have a number of cards here. So I want to say a few things to maybe try and help a little bit before people make their commentary. Last year, the city, the administration and council allocated $9 million to pay judgments. Earlier this year, the council then allocated another $3 million of previously unspent judgment money towards that 9 million figure, increasing it to $12 million. And then this budget adds another $2 million, which brings us to a total of $14 million overall. According to the city attorney's office, they have paid in 2023 a total of $4,527,759.90 in judgments, and that they have currently encumbered as of November 10th, $812,583.70. That means once we pass the budget, there will be approximately $8,659,656.40 to pay the judgments on the judgment list. In addition, according to the city attorney's office, they have made offers in 411 of the 495 cases, which by my math is roughly 85% of all the judgments that are on the judgment list. Finally, I just wanted to talk about some of my priorities that are included, and then we'll go down the row for everybody else. Code enforcement. We created the new office earlier. The money is now in a single place and easier to track. Obviously, we've said to all the residents, having a single department allows for a single dedicated director. We also are allocating additional money for streamlining of adjudication, which means not only should things be more efficient, but also means more revenue for the city. Number two, the mayor struck the fair share deal in 2019. That guaranteed $5 million annually to the Sewage and Water Board. This money will go towards necessary infrastructure updates. And while I know there's been some consternation about the fact that we did not roll forward Sewage and Water Board's millage, I would remind everybody that the city, sorry, that was a Freudian slip. City allocated $5 million last year, $5 million this year, and $52 million for the substation. So that's $62 million Sewage and Water Board has gotten over the last few years from the city of New Orleans. And last, and the issue that's near and dear to my heart when we presented for Medicaid and trying to get more money for mental health, we've learned that the school system leaves about $6.5 million on the table in Medicaid funds. We're allocating $500,000 in order to make sure that we have the right people working with the school system to capture that money. Seems to me that an initial spend of $500,000 to get over $6.5 million annually is a very smart investment by the city, and I'm appreciative of that. So then what I'd like to do is go down the road from colleague to colleague until we reach Councilmember Thomas to talk about a couple of your priorities that are in this budget.
Thank you, Councilmember Giroux. So today marks a great day in affordable housing. Throughout my term on the council, I have been dedicated to the creation of affordable housing. As you heard from Councilmember Giroux, we previously dedicated $32 million to affordable housing, and I have asked for an additional $17 million for that housing trust fund. We created the housing trust fund a couple of meetings ago, and what I'm hoping to do is to socialize a charter amendment so that year over year we can add additional funding to the housing trust fund to create affordable housing. Again, this is a massive first step. And I've been working with Joe, his legislative director, Amy, and I want to thank the mayor's office and the CAO and his team for working with me to get the $17 million in addition to the $32 million. I also want to take a moment to talk about the $200,000 that we are dedicating in assistance for those people who are at risk of being cited with an HDLC violation who cannot remediate the blight on their property. So as you know, the HDLC levies fines for violations of historic landmark properties, but a lot of those homes are owned by people who cannot afford to come up to the standard of the HDLC. So while members of the public may see the HDLC as punitive, this will empower them to work side by side with homeowners and ensure that they stay in compliance with historic guidelines without spending money on repairs that they can't afford. So again, this is a huge day for affordable housing, and I will continue to work on this issue as I go throughout my term. I also want to highlight one more thing, and that's the $500,000 for palliative care for the homeless and the creation of a palliative care homeless unit so that folks who are suffering with disease can get the help that they need. Nate Fields, who's been excellent as the new director of homelessness strategies and services, will receive this funding so that he can create this unit, and it will be modeled after other units in other cities. So again, huge win today for affordable housing. And I want to thank my colleagues in advance for voting on the 17 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember King?
Thank you, Councilmember Jeruso. So a few of my priorities, just a few, and we are still working on some things to make it finalized, just trying to figure out who to get the money to. So one thing, talking to different groups, we realized that a lot of our school children don't have uniforms. So one thing, Councilman Jeruso and I are trying to figure out who to give monies to have some money in reserve for children when it comes to not having uniforms, not having jackets, not having sweaters with the school logo. We know that can be costly. So we want to make sure the right entity, the right department, get those funds. So we're working on that. We also know about the main issues in the French Quarter that also bleeds into the Marigny as far as just quality of life issues. So how do we alleviate NOPD and use other law enforcement agencies to look after those small quality of life issues? That's another issue, another department we want to use to make that a possibility. Also looking at Right Tail Golf Course on the West Bank, which has been blighted for almost 20 years. Although this is on the West Bank and Algiers, it could benefit the entire city because it borders multiple parishes, and it is a place where all Orleans residents can use and that we can build up to make the city a better city. The rising tide lifts all ships. There are a few playground initiatives we're trying to get started. Some being in Norman Park, parks on the East Bank. But just know that with increasing NARD's budget, we are also looking to increase to fix those small nuisance issues that a lot of playgrounds suffer with. So Mr. Larry Barabino and I have been in close communication, trying to identify what are those small issues that we can fix for everyone, because like we say, NARD has something for everyone. The Gall Manor. The Gall Manor is a large apartment complex in Algiers. The demo is going to be over $1 million. So allocating funds to demolish that property is something that's also very important. And while that's also on the West Bank, that sends a message citywide to these property owners that we will not entertain or just give a blind eye to them when they let their apartments or their property go in disrepair. And one thing I also want to just put a bow on it by saying this. We do realize that there's a lot of mentoring groups. We did the Culture Fund grant that just went out, but definitely want to take a deeper dive into seeing how can we prevent youth violence, working close with JGIC, a lot of the community members, present and not present, trying to see how can we use our funds to think outside the box. to help put the money directly in the hands of those who need it most. So that's still something that's ongoing. Just going to take some more time to figure out the most responsible and the best way to put those funds in the proper hands. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember King. Vice President Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I know that some of the really important pieces of the amendments have been mentioned already, but I too, Mr. Chair, would like to thank you and your staff for your diligent work on the budget, particularly Amy McCarron. Oh my goodness, you had to deal with all of us. Amy, I don't know if she's out here, but she, I think she knows the budget probably, better than anyone at this point. So I appreciate all of the diligent work that she did. The amendments that I wanted to talk about really are about how we are continuing to take a look at initiatives through a public health lens and really focusing in on making New Orleans a much safer place, a much better New Orleans through that kind of public health lens. So the things I wanted to talk about were the fact that now through the amendments, we are fully funding the Domestic Violence AIR program. And that is a program that provides caseworkers and social workers that are deployed specifically to domestic violence scenes to meet the victim where he or she is at. The reason why this is so important, and actually I was just on a panel this past week talking to survivors where they said when they were victims, they really didn't have an idea of where exactly to turn for help. And so what we're doing with this particular program that's being implemented by our health department is making sure that there is a caseworker, a social worker that's there to meet the victim when he or she needs assistance most. And this particular caseworker and or social worker will help walk this victim from getting to potentially a safe shelter to ensuring that they understand the process that's about to take place if there are criminal proceedings, all of those different, very complex issues. But as we know, we've had some very severe and horrific domestic violence incidents in our city, particularly in the past year. And advocates are saying that they're only seeing the level of domestic violence in our city continue to escalate and be more violent than they've ever seen before. So the fact that we are leaning in and really focusing in on this issue, I think is key, because if we focus in on family violence and preventing family violence, at the end of the day, we'll become a safer and better community. A couple other pieces I wanted to mention. We are providing raises to the employees at the Orleans Parish Communications District. These are the 911 call takers. We have had a significant issue with the Orleans Parish Communications District because of previous leadership, but now there is new leadership that's on board. And this new leadership really believes that there needs to be a big boost in recruitment and retention at OPCD. That means that a pay increase is necessary. The entry level positions at OPCD for call takers was less than what our summer lifeguards make. That did not make sense to this particular city council. So we are providing a roughly 30% increase in the salaries there. And we are hoping that this will very much help with retention and recruitment for OPCD so that they can get staffed up to where exactly they need to be and be as effective as they can be when it comes to responding to 911 calls. Right to counsel. We are funding right to counsel again this year through these amendments. And this right to counsel is for individuals facing eviction. We know we have an issue with affordable housing. We know we have a cost of living problem in the city of New Orleans. Oftentimes people who are facing eviction, they are unaware of what rights they have. They are unaware of how to navigate the court system. So what Right to Counsel does is it provides funding for lawyers to be able to defend individuals who wouldn't have been able to afford this type of defense before, so that we can keep people in their homes. And finally, I just want to talk about a new project that we're embarking on through the help of the Economic Development Department and the Health Department. And it is a partnership with the Split Second Foundation. This is a nonprofit that helps individuals with special needs. Oftentimes, the individuals we're talking about have spinal cord injuries. So the Split Second Foundation is partnering with the city to provide a new workforce center in New Orleans East for people with special needs. And so I think that that is also a really key partnership that talks about how we're looking at providing opportunities for everyone in the city. And once again, I would just like to say that I'm very proud of the work that we've done this year and work collaboratively with different city departments to get, you know, a very robust, fair, and good budget. But that also goes to say, you know, we had a really good council budget chair. And so I appreciate all your work again, Mr. Geruso.
Thank you so much. President Morrell.
Thank you. I want to begin by, obviously, like everyone else, I'm sure Joe's tired of this, thanking Joe and his staff for all the hard work they do. Even as council president, I would say that the amount of work that our budget chair does year round dwarfs what many of the other committees do in a very short period of time. I also want to express my gratitude that this council budget process has been very different than previous budget processes in that the council as a whole was very bold with its priorities. This was not a council budget negotiation process led by our council budget chairman, where he negotiated on the margins. Give credit where it's due from a professional mediator, which many of you don't know who Mr. Geruso is. He went in and said, this is what we want and what we need, and he delivered on all of it. And that is a great segue into healthy homes. As you know, and I see my Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance people out there as well as James Place, this was a tremendous win that we had last year dealing with establishing healthy homes as a priority for the city of New Orleans, for our renters to live in houses and apartments that are not substandard. It was to say it was alarming that it was not included in the budget would be an understatement. And it was my pleasure to work with Mr. Montano and work with Mr. Geruso to make sure that we didn't just give lip service to fully funding healthy homes, but to truly give it the funding necessary to do its job. Because though we do, and I applaud the efforts of Council Vice President Moreno to make sure that the money is there for legal representation when people are evicted, it goes without saying many people are evicted because their apartments or homes become uninhabitable because they're not maintained. And giving the necessary resources to our new Department of Code Enforcement to go out proactively and make sure these houses are livable, that people are not paying exorbitant rents for places filled with black mold or appliances that don't work, seems like a basic living right that the council should ensure. Also, I'm extremely proud that this council, for the second year in a row, fully funded NORD. We cannot be a city that talks about constantly that we care about our youth, that they have the resources necessary year round, provide alternative resources to kids to make sure they have a healthy alternative and opportunities when every year when we come in, we see significant cuts to NORD. I think it's tremendous that this year we're able to do that, and I'm sure hopefully next year we won't have to restore a cut because NORD will just be fully funded to start. Additionally, the council in this budget is refilling the council culture and rec fund. For those of you who have been waiting patiently, that application process is closed, and the council and Greater New Orleans Foundation will announce in the coming weeks the awards of grants to organizations that are providing direct resources to kids, families, and culture bearers in the city of New Orleans. This was an initiative that I created with the council's assistance to get money to those groups that are at the ground floor, at the level, dealing with people and who are really operating. I like to point out one group in particular from Mr. King's district, Heroes in Algiers. These are groups that are providing necessary resources, necessary opportunities, and yet they're throwing fish fries every 2 weeks to keep the doors open. And when they're doing things that make our city safer, make our youth have opportunities and healthier outcomes, it was unconscionable to me in this council that the city was not providing resources at all. So we will have announcements very shortly on those grant awards, but we are also committing to have that process continue to provide direct grants to organizations that are providing resources. Last but not least, I want to applaud Council Chairman Geruso on the fact that this budget process has been led with great transparency. not only in the lead up to today, but in the commitments that we'll continue to have regular meetings to find out which departments are spending money and how. In particular, I've been working with Council Chairman Geruso on groups like the Department of Workforce Development, NORD, and Office of Youth and Family, because we need to make sure that these programs that these organizations that we're funding to provide money for programming, that those programs are actually happening timely. It's very disconcerting the course of a year when you're talking to Mr. Geruso and others that we allocate money for a whole year and you're halfway, 2/3 the way of the year, and the vast majority of the money isn't spent. What that tells you is either A, the programming isn't being done, or that those who are providing programming aren't being paid timely. It's important for us when we have things like our summer youth workforce programs. What we saw this past year can never happen again. And it's important for us going into next summer to know going into the summer, these problems are actually corrected and that we're not going to be here in September and October trying to make sure kids got paid, and other different groups that are ancillary to that, like daycare programs, that they got paid. We know there were problems this year, and we need to see the solutions on the front end. And this budget process, this transparent process that takes place across the year, gives this council opportunities to check those boxes before they become a crisis. So that concludes my comments. Thank you again, Mr. Geruso, for all the work you've done.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilmember Green.
Thank you. And I don't think that we can say it enough, so I'm going to say it again. Thank you to Councilmember Geruso, the chair of our budget committee, for the work that he's done to organize this process, to be very transparent and to be very straightforward with our citizens. I think that everyone, for the most part, who's interested in council business knows that we had those meetings. You didn't have to necessarily be present for those meetings. You could watch it online. But I think that we answered all of the questions that were presented to us, and we also presented an opportunity for people to even submit additional information. As a council member who represents a very interesting district in this respect, it goes from the west end of the city of New Orleans from some very beautiful communities that were planned well by government many decades ago, but it also includes communities such as the Desire, Florida area, and also the Ninth Ward area. When I was asked what the priorities would be that I had for this year, keeping in mind that it's a long-term process, I repeated blight reduction, the removal of illegal dumps, the removal of abandoned vehicles, and also providing assistance to victims of violent crime. On those first three issues, I'm pleased that the city council has agreed and that we will have in our budget sufficient and continuing resources for blight reduction for the cleanup of illegal dumps. And I hope that we get to the point as a city one day when we're not spending so much on illegal dumps, and that these criminals who get paid for these jobs will not go into our communities, especially our marginal communities, find a place at night under the bridge in the 7th Ward and dump your product as if you were living in as if you were living in your own house, because that must be the way that you live. At the end of the day, blight reduction is so important in our community. And I've had a chance to see through this council's support properties that were blighted for decades, some since Hurricane Katrina, taken down. They were next to houses that were occupied by senior citizens. They were occupied by children, and it makes a difference in how they feel about their city. We're working with code enforcement, which will now be its own department. I am pleased that the money that was made available last year and will be made available this year will allow us to continue the pace that has been involved with removing some of that blight. One of the most pleasing things that I see that results in 2023 is when some property that we've torn down that was in terrible condition is now being replaced by a new property, or it's at least still clean. And so blight reduction, the removal of illegal dumps, and also the removal of abandoned automobiles has been significant. In this council budget, in this city's budget, there is a line item for a victims of violent crime assistance fund. Last year, I promoted, and the council agreed that we would hire someone who would be a liaison from victims of crime to the system to get some sort of relief, because there are so many people who get involved with the system who are victims of crime
who feel frustrated because they cannot get resources. Sometimes they cannot get information that they need. Well, we do have a victims of crime point person, if you will, and that's pleasing because the city council made that possible. But now this year we'll have additional funds. It's a fund of $500,000. It's a start to be able to provide assistance to families that get ignored. One of the reasons that I think our crime situation has been the way it is because we don't focus enough on the fact that there is bloodshed and that there are families that are torn apart by some of this violence. We have people in wheelchairs. We have people who can't get the assistance that they need because they've been forgotten. This fund is just a beginning. It's $500,000, which we run through the mayor's office of victim support. And it will provide potentially an opportunity for people who've been victimized, people who might need to testify, who need some assistance, people who might need a temporary relocation because they've been the victims of violent crime. So between that and funding Silence is Violence, those are priorities that I had in place, and I am just so pleased that it's going to happen this year. I mentioned to you the Desire, Florida area, an area which is historic, that once had every lot occupied and once had businesses in place. Some of the first African-American owned businesses, pharmacies, doctor's offices, grocery stores, and the like existed in that particular community. But now, because of a variety of factors, there are vacancies all over the place. However, a new day is coming for the community with the building of a stadium supported by this council, with the expansion of the Thrive NOLA school that is going to take place, with the work that is being done to remove some of the blight that is taking place in that community. We see new construction going on, but in this budget, I have requested monies to rebuild a baseball stadium. Seems like a simple matter, but it's a baseball stadium that should have never been allowed to get overrun. It's owned by the school board. We'll work out those details. Money to create a new boulevard along Alvar Street, which will stop the deterioration of what is now Johnny Jackson Boulevard and facilitate additional resources, and an increase in the monies that are going to be available to cut vacant lots. Those will be included in the lot. I want to also note, and I think that I thank everyone associated with it. We have a large vacant piece of land that runs from Gentilly Boulevard all the way to Leon C. Simon near Peoples Avenue. We're going to look at a linear park there so that we can provide exercise and recreation opportunities for our citizens. In general, I focused a lot in areas that have been ignored. The illegal dumping takes place in areas that have been ignored. Some of this lot clearing and some of this blight reduction needs to take place in those areas. And I'm pleased that this budget provides those opportunities. I do want to highlight this. I want to highlight my colleagues and say, it was courageous for us to say that we would not roll forward the millage. And I guess you can use that word courageous because it affects, as we mentioned, $34 million a year, I guess, or so, that we might be able to use for other programs. But we heard the concerns of our citizens, and we decided to not roll forward, to leave the roll back in place. But despite that, we were still able to fund much of what we need to do to enhance the quality of life. Our budget includes not just money for police. In fact, we are on the scale of being not even in the top 20 in our nation in terms of per capita expenditures on police officers. So we need to stop that rhetoric. The bottom line is that our budget provides support for mental health services, support for those who are unhoused, and a variety of other programs that are going to enhance the quality of life in our city. So in general, I want to say I am pleased with the process that took place. I appreciate all the input that I received when I went to community meetings relative to things that were important. And it would take me hours to go over some of the things that are in our budget, it would take me hours to go over what is in our budget that is going to properly and affect our community. But I do want to end by saying this. This is a transformative budget in many respects. It respects the desire of people to not have tax increases take place, but also addresses concerns, blight reduction, illegal dumping, crime, issues that we hear from people all the time. And I think that at the end of 2024, after the expenditures associated with this budget, that we will have greatly enhanced the quality of life in our city, which goes along with what we were able to accomplish in 2023. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the council.
If I weren't a politician, I'd probably just say what Eugene said, or what everybody else said. but since we know politics is such the order of the day, here, first of all, let me thank the community and the neighborhood groups, that we worked with, that many of the things that we are highlighting and taking credit for in this budget was actually put forth by the people and the citizens of this city, many of which they've asked for a very long time. Secondly, let me thank the budget chairman. I have the ability to kind of rank him and rate him with some folk that go back in history. And let me say that this was probably one of the best and most inclusive processes in terms of your diligence, your attention to detail, and the fact that in many cases, you've fought and worked with the administration to make sure that not only that the budget wasn't a political football, but that it would have the impact that it should have. And I paid attention to that. Then potentially for the administration and for Councilmember Giarrusso, as I look back and compare the way this budget has been dealt with, I think can rival a couple of the budgets in the mid-90s that had great social and impact when you talk about crime and how the community operates. Those budgets were part of a 65% reduction in violent crime. Those budgets at one time helped increase the city towards 41% home ownership. That budget at that time also doubled the New Orleans Recreation Department. I see the potential in the same level of impact there. Our district, $500,000 for crime cameras, $2 million to work with the Lower Ninth Ward Economic Development Council about how do we eliminate a food desert there and find a grocer. The homework assistance program, the urban agriculture liaison. I happen to firmly believe that the natural topography of the Lower Ninth Ward in New Orleans East gives us the purpose of the perfect place to take a look at resiliency and sustainability and how we make those efforts there to take advantage of the billions from the Biden administration and future money to come forward in dealing with resiliency and sustainability. And then secondly, I want to thank my colleagues, especially when you talk about Lincoln Beach and where that is, specifically at large members and the rest of the colleagues, rest of my colleagues, that could not have been completed without everybody understanding the importance of that project and the importance of the people in New Orleans East. Still fighting for Six Flags, and that I appreciate that appropriation. We don't know what it is. If there's a range right now, it's not what the community asked for or was recommended, but it's a start. And for those who tried to create some create aspersions or create a conversation about the last time we asked for funds for Six Flags, I'm not forgiving any developer anything. I am forgiving funds to the community so that you can mitigate the problems on a site, so that you can maintain that site even if the developer is not successful, instead so that you can begin to maintain that location so that it's saleable and it's presentable for people who may want to invest in the future. And but still, even with the appropriation, I think the amount that was dedicated, we appreciate it, but it's a far cry from what we're going to need over time, and what real, true public-private partnerships look like. Well, we saw that real public-private partnerships were unveiled at the ceremony for the Riverfront Taxing District, where it was estimated that over time, $600 million in infrastructure support would go there to support that new effort. I think New Orleans East and the Lower Nine and parts of Upper Nine qualify for the same type of investments. We learned at the taxing district unveiling when comments were made is that the riverfront is a canvas. Well, New Orleans East is a canvas too. Parts of Central City and Gertown and Algiers are also a canvas. They deserve the same artistry that the canvases downtown and along the riverfront deserve. I wrote down the other comment that says we meet the places we wind up falling in love with the people we fall for. Yeah, well, it's easy to fall in love with a river and a downtown district. Let's fall in love with Bayou Sauvage. Let's fall in love with Lincoln Beach. Let's fall in love with the intercoastal and the industrial. And maybe if we fall in love with that land, we might fall in love with the people who live out there, who've dealt with this disparity. The other comment that was said was about one of our leading officials at the riverfront piece was that things don't just happen. You have to make it happen. So in a community where at some point our political speeches and our rhetoric have to line up with our budget and our reality, the reality is the African American community here in the last 20 years has gone backwards economically per capita. Not my words, but the data center. Black entrepreneurs and Black business people have lost contracts and lost money and opportunity. Single Black females, though we highlight them in terms of economic and social capital, they have lost ground in terms of wages and their ability to survive. So it's good to have good intentions. It's good to say what we want to do. But at some point, when does the budget and does the reality line up with our intentions? But once again, I will say that given the work that's been put into this budget, the important issues of my colleagues and the groups they work with, I think that this budget and budgets moving forward potentially have a chance to make the same impact that the budgets in the 90s had when we had growth in communities where we're experiencing losses now. So all that other stuff will take place. I see Dawn Hebert and Abraham and folk from New Orleans East in the audience. And I would just hope that as we figure out what places matter and what people matter, that the same type of incentive programs, the same types of incentives that we use along the river and uptown and downtown, that we would feel like the people in New Orleans East, which would be the 7th largest city in the city if it stood alone, that we would investment, the same type of tax breaks, the same types of pilots, and the same types of TIFs that other communities deserve. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, colleagues. I think we have a chance.
Thank you very much to all my colleagues. All right, so this is what we're going to do. We'll go through the different amendments. I know the omnibus amendment has 2 amendments to those by council members Morel and Moreno. And before we vote on the ordinance as amended, we'll have the public comment. So, Madam Clerk, I think you announced the first amendment up is
EB Federal GR.
And this amendment increases the amount of federal grant dollars anticipated to be spent by the Department of Health by $4 million and some change, and by the Office of the Mayor by $1,864,240. All right, Councilmember Moreno has seconded. 7 yeas, no nays, and our council has advised me that the 2 amendments by council members Morel and Moreno are standalone amendments, not amendments to the omnibus. But we'll take the omnibus up first and then go to those 2.
EB Omnibus.
The omnibus amendment, I'm going to save the clerk from reading all of these things, involves all the priorities that we just talked about at great length here. It increases the budget by $38,391,233. This amendment includes most of the adjusted appropriations proposed by the council and the administration following a series of budget meetings held in October and November. So I'll move for approval on the omnibus, seconded by Councilmember Green. 7 yeas, no nays.
We have EB Council 1, an amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,449 by Councilmember Morel. The following mathematical adjustments provided in this amendment shall be applied cumulatively with all previously approved amendments and with all amendments set forth herein. Number 1, on page 1, insert the following between lines 6 and 7. Other operating, 3,328,518. Number 2, on page 1, increase the dollar figure on line 7 by 3,228,518. Number 3, decrease the dollar figure by 3,328,000 on the following pages 3, lines 39 and 40. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This amendment puts the budget for the law department, which is typically outside the council budget, under the council specific budget item number. We have had, as you saw during the past budget meetings, have had a fraught relationship with the law department. There have been a lot of overtures to try and improve communication, but in the words of a president who I don't often cite because I disagree with everything he ever did, but it's trust but verify. And until we, as a council, feel like the law department is truly going to be communicative with this council and treat us as the other client that they have, this gives us another 90-day window to improve communications and make sure that all of the different issues are resolved. So basically, what this amendment does, it gives the council authority budgetarily over the law department's budget. That's what the amendment does. I'll move. Second by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Oh, it just said, so I read it. Okay. We have EB Council 2. This amendment is done by Councilmember Moreno. 1B, in the event that amendment number EB Council 1 does pass, increase the following dollar figure in between lines 6 and 7 on page 1 by EB Council 1, 600 debt service by 500,000. Number 2, increase the dollar figure by 500,000 on the following pages. Page 1, line 7, page 4, line 73. Number 3, decrease the dollar figure by 500,000 on the following pages. Page 7, lines 139, 140, and 157.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. To explain exactly what this is doing, it's taking $500,000 from the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. The reason for this is that, as I mentioned before, I've asked repeatedly about what exactly is in the special projects fund that is never in any of our templates, that potentially has maybe $100,000 in it, that apparently gets donations in it, maybe vending machine money into it. We have no accounting of this particular special fund. I had requested publicly in a meeting where the sheriff told me that she would provide me with this information. I then followed up with emails. I then followed up with a letter on my stationery requesting this information by the time we adopted the budget. All the correspondence that I received is that my letter had been received by the sheriff's office, but I've received zero information, nor have other council members. So because of that, I'm removing $500,000 from the sheriff's office budget. It's going into essentially fund balance. And when the city council receives this information, then we will be happy to put this money back. So that's what this amendment does. Happy to take any questions. Seeing none, I'll make a motion to adopt the amendment. Seconded by Council President Morrell. Seven yeas, no nays.
We're now going to EB HUD by Councilmember Jeruso by request. Number 1, in section 1 on page 8, after line 174 and before line 175, insert the following. Department of Code Enforcement, 100 personal service, $1,002,000. Total, $1,002,000. In section 1 on page 9 on line 180, replace $5,529,377 with 4,529,375. In section 1 on page 9 on line 182, replace 75,017,301 with 74,017,299. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move for approval. Councilmember Green is second. This is just moving HUD dollars outside of other departments into code enforcement. 7 yeas, no nays.
EBIGR by Councilmember Jeruso by request. Amendments 1 through 3 reduce intergovernmental revenues by $55,685,404.
Yes, all this does is reduce the amount by you just read to reflect corresponding increases in anticipating expenditures and other funds. So I've moved for approval. Second by Councilmember Green. One more. 7 yeas, no nays.
We have EBSF. Amendments 1 through 2 add historic district landmarks commissions, appropriate $200,000 to other operated, and increase the fund amount to $509,893. Amendment 3 removes Fund 5110 from Office of Community Development and appropriates the same amounts to the Department of Code Enforcement. Amendments 4 through 6 appropriates $300,000 to other operating and miscellaneous and funds 5128 and increase the total fund to $3,392,972. Amendments 7 through 9 appropriates $5 million to other operating and fund 5140 and increase the fund to the total of $30,040,516. Amendments 10 through 12 add Department of Code Enforcement, appropriate $2,500,000 to other operating, add City Planning Commission and appropriate $425,000 in other operating, which increases the total for Fund 5141 to $4,938,059. Amendments 13 through 15 appropriates $2,400,000 to other operating for the office of mayor and increase the total for Fund 5150 to $23,674,959. Amendment 16 increases the total in special revenue and trust funds by $10,825,000. That's the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move for approval, seconded by Councilmember Green. 7 yeas, no nays.
We have amendment EB state and local by Councilmember Jeruso by request. Number 1, in section 1 on page 11, after line 226 and before line 227, add the following. Louisiana Highway Safety Commission, Fund 4408, Police Department, 100 personal service, 203,450, total 203,450. In section 1, on page 12, on line 262, delete the figure $935,008 and insert in lieu thereof $55,138,458. That is the amendment.
Thank you. I've moved for approval. Second by Councilmember Green. Seven yeas, no nays. All right, Madam Clerk, before we get to the ordinance as amended, I will take public comment now.
Okay.
Mr. White, Monique Blossom, and Bob Maynard will be the first three. Mr. White?
I'd like to, of course, thank the city council for allowing me an opportunity to come and present my comments to the city's budget. And also, just watching this process, really like to commend the council and Councilmember Jeruso and how this budget process appears to have gone so smoothly. Unfortunately, I'm here to talk about the unpaid judgment list, and many of you have heard me over the year talk about this. You know, the one issue that the people that have judgments against the city have right now is that we don't have an advocate in the city attorney's office that is actively looking at this problem and coming up with a solution. One example was the budget meeting a few weeks ago where the city attorney presented this budget. And for the unpaid judgment list, she requested only $2 million for a judgment list that comprises almost $30 million with almost 500 judgments on the judgment list. She didn't say that. She didn't tell the council how many judgments are on the list. Thus, she didn't come forward to the council with a plan. And really, I think it's the issue of just being transparent and forthright as to what the problem is and coming up with a workable solution. And Councilmember Jeruso, I appreciate you outlining the funding numbers, and it's really hard to get from the.
That's why I did it.
I appreciate it. It's really hard to get from the legal department. The only way that a judgment holder can find out anything is to do a freedom of information request and pray that it comes complete with everything that's requested. The one issue that wasn't provided at the last budget meeting with the law department, the city attorney said she sent out offers to all the judgment holders in 2017. And if she had, that would have been about $4.2 million. Okay. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is that the judgment that my company has, as well as 150 other judgments that range from 1996 to 2006, cannot be paid until all the judgments are paid through 2017. And I think it's sort of a arcane process, but that's what we're stuck with. Okay.
Mr. White, I mean, I went through all of that. And again, according to what the city attorney's office, the law department is telling us, they've made offers to 85% of the list. I assume you've not received an offer yet.
No. And see the offers, and see, that's the problem. And this is no reflection on the city council, because I think the city council is doing an excellent job. It's the information that you get from the law department as to the status and the progress that are being made. One simple example, we had $13 million appropriated from last year. For a whole year, only 4.8 million was spent. So it's either slow spend or no spend. Okay. And so judgment holders that have been waiting, my company, 2005 is our judgment list. There's others, our judgment date. There's others at 1996. We've been waiting a long time. So
thank you, Mr. White.
I'm
Mr. White. You got Ms. Holtzman here too, so you're getting 2 bites of the apple. I'm just saying, Mr. White, I told everybody 2 minutes. I gave you a lot. I mean, I've got to move through everybody. I know you want to make your case publicly. We know
I can appreciate it. It's just that I had sent information to the council about our plan to pay those judgments, and it's very detailed.
It is a detailed plan, but again, we're the appropriating body, not the executing body. So,
but the experience the council has had with the law department.
That's why you saw Councilmember Morrell escrow their money.
And that's
today. That is not a vote of
judgment
confidence.
holders are having that same problem.
We understand. We understand. All right, Ms. Blossom, Mr. Maynard, Ms. Holtzman, Ms. Omachala.
Good afternoon, Monique Blossom, Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center. I'm very excited to thank Councilmember Harris for putting forth the amendment to put $17 million into the newly created Housing Trust Fund. And with our other housing budget items, including right to counsel, thank you, Councilmember Moreno, and the Healthy Homes Program. Thank you, Councilmember Morrell. I had our number at making a $22 million investment in housing, doubling what we would spend annually. Councilmember Giarrusso quoted it at a $50 million investment. So I'm going to take that number and run with it and celebrate that win for us. We know that the lack of affordable housing is at the center of our decades-long housing crisis. We see that with evictions, unsafe housing conditions, racial disparities in home ownership, and the number of our neighbors who become unhoused. So it's really time that we start spending our own money, City of New Orleans money, to address this. So thank you again, Councilmember Harris and the full City Council and your staff for all of your hard work and your commitment to housing justice.
Thank you, Ms. Blossom. Mr. Maynard, Ms. Holtzman, Ms. Omajawa, and then Alexis Yaboa Cody. I hope I said that close to correctly. Go ahead, Mr. Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. Giarrusso. Thank you, council, for giving us the opportunity to comment here on behalf of my client, Lance Stewart. I'm his only voice. He was a 7-year-old boy living in the projects with his mother and 2 brothers, mother holding down 2 jobs while he's walking home from school in a crosswalk, gets struck by a city vehicle speeding through his school zone, knocked 30 feet in the air, come down on his head, put in a coma for 6 weeks. He couldn't walk. He had to learn to walk and talk again. And this is a little boy with a bright future. He made the honor roll on every one of his report cards in his 1st and 2nd grade. So 2015, 18 years later, after the city promised to pay in a consent judgment, I appeared before this council, and then Councilwoman Cantrell, now mayor, said that it was immoral what the city did to Lance and not to pay him because it was an accident. The accident that happened, that wasn't intentional, but failing to pay is intentional. So Councilman Williams, now DA Williams, he said he was ashamed. So the city council at that time appropriated $10 million, 2015, to pay most of these judgments. Unfortunately, the mayor took all 10,000 away to settle the fireman's case. So the next year, the council felt bad about it, passed another $10 million appropriation. Danziger Bridge case claimed 5.9 million of it. So finally in 2018, 21 years after Lance Stewart was rendered basically a vegetable and became and suffered serious and permanent brain damage to where he couldn't even read by the 9th grade. Finally, the city appropriated 10 cents on the dollar that they offered Lance. That was 2018. We were told, well, every year we'll appropriate that and get you paid off. We have not had a single offer since 2018. Lance Stewart he's got a make job with Walmart right now. He's being treated better by Walmart than his own city.
Thank you, Mr.
Baton
Maynard.
Rouge,
Mr. Maynard,
Monroe,
Mr. Maynard,
Shreveport.
Mr. Maynard, I've asked you, please wrap it up. Please wrap it up.
Yes, sir. Baton Rouge, Monroe, Shreveport, Lafayette, they all can hide behind the same provision of the Constitution, but they don't. They pay their debts. City of New Orleans should pay their debts. And what Mr. White was going to say was for another $5.5 million, you can pay off full interest and debt on every judgment from 1996 through 2006. That's what we need to pay off all of those judgments. And the previous judgments should be paid off first before a judgment that was rendered 2 days ago or 2 weeks ago or 2 years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Maynard. Thank you, Mr. Maynard.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Holtzman, Sarah Mjawa, Alexis Yaboda, Cody, and Artra Abraham.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Councilman Giarrusso, and thank you to the council for this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Shannon Holtzman. I'm going to be speaking very fast, so I try not to get cut off. I do represent MAS, Mr. George White and his company. I will echo what they have said, which there is no transparency from the legal department, unfortunately. Councilman Giarrusso referenced the unpaid judgment list, what he was told by the legal department. Well, that particular list, I betcha, doesn't include federal judgments, certain federal judgments, because the law department treats certain federal judgments differently than state court judgments. Now, my client has a federal judgment, but we're lumped with the state court judgments. I believe that the difference is if you're in federal court under federal court jurisdiction or federal subject matter jurisdiction, then you get special priority, and that is what the law department uses to go pay those certain federal court judgments first with preference. And I respectfully submit that I would hope that the council would do whatever it can in its authority to make sure that the funds that it budgets for unpaid judgments on that list that you have is for the unpaid judgment list, which is mostly state court judgments and my client's federal court judgment, not these these other federal court judgments that have just come down. You can't not give full faith and credit to state court judgments by paying federal court judgments first. State court judgments are just as enforceable. And I would respectfully plead that you use whatever authority, whatever influence you might have to let the law department know that the settlement structure that it came up with in 2017 is not binding in ad infinitum. We had once 2 minutes with the sorry, I can't think of her name, the law department head who told us that she believes that ridiculous 10%, 50% structure is binding on her department for forever. It's not. She thinks there's an ordinance. There's not. It's not how other cities in Louisiana pay their judgments. It's certainly not how federal judgments are paid by the city of New Orleans. And it's not the way that any judgments have been paid in the city of New Orleans for years prior to 2006. A 50% offer with no interest is a slap in the face for clients like mine and like Mr. Manners, who have been waiting for more than 20 years. We really appreciate your attention to this, and whatever guidance, influence you can use, we would so much appreciate it.
And I think to all the points raised, this is not an opportunity to necessarily rebut, but just to say, we will be seeing the law department in the first quarter. I've cited the nearly 8.75 that should be remaining, and we expect there to be significant progress.
I'm going to kind of combine all of my statements just in this one. First, I really have to thank Councilmember Giarrusso on how this process has gone. It went way better than last year. Last year, the theme was hoodwinked, and this year the theme is celebratory. Yeah. And I'd also like to give a special shout out to Amy, really, for being really like patience and diplomacy incarnate. And maybe you can make an amendment to give her like an extra week off or something. I also really have to thank the entire council and the mayoral administration on working harder to put more community informed and prevention focused priorities in this budget than originally proposed. The Big Easy Budget Coalition is really excited to see a significant portion of money going towards funding affordable housing and other important housing related projects. Thank you to Councilmember Harris for that. Thank you to Councilmember Morel and Moreno for that. We're also really happy, and this happened a couple of weeks ago, but very happy around the community violence intervention initiative in the health department that was funded. And while we're very glad, thank you, Council Member Giarrusso, for working with the administration on this, that the Office of Youth and Families was fully funded. We are disappointed that more wasn't done to meaningfully and strategically invest in youth. Our research shows, and I've said this a million times before, that funding youth programs as part of crime prevention strategies is actually the biggest bang for the buck. It actually has the highest cost benefit and ratio of all developmental crime prevention programs. There's research on that. I'm happy to send it. And I again, thank you for the work to make sure that Office of Youth and Families landscape data hub was fully funded. And thank you to Council and Councilmember Thomas for the youth related investments in NORD, et cetera. And so all of that to say that we're going to continue to advocate that this administration and council do much, much more to fund the youth master plan and the Big Easy deal and the children and youth planning board, and for advocating for additional reserves and fund balance to be used for those things to address the needs of youth, community members, essential workers, and other people deeply affected by structural inequities that only worsen due to the onslaught of the pandemic. So a lot to do, a lot to celebrate today. I'm just going to celebrate, and I'm not going to do my second comment because I think we're all tired, right?
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, Alexis, and then Artra Abraham, Y. Frank Southall. I think I saw Joe Mueller leave, and then Mr. Burnside.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexis Uboa Cody. I'm a staff attorney at the Justice and Accountability Center of Louisiana, which is a legal nonprofit that helps people with criminal records, with the civil consequences of incarceration and those criminal records. We are also a member of the Big Easy Budget Coalition, and I specifically wanted to provide a thank you to Councilmember Leslie Harris for championing this investment in affordable housing. As we know, for our clients, that is one of the biggest issues when they are returning home and trying to re-enter and reintegrate into our great community. So I also wanted to thank the entire council for their commitment to the equitable distribution of these funds for all New Orleanians, including people who are formerly incarcerated. An investment in safe, equitable housing is an investment in new opportunities for all New Orleanians. So I just wanted to, again, celebrate today, share my gratitude with all of you. Thank you for this important first step and for your continued support and commitment to housing.
Thank you so much. All right. Artra Abraham, Frank Southall, like I said, I thought I saw Joe leave, Michael Burnside, and Mr. Johnson last.
I'm Archer Abraham. Thank you so much, council, for all the great work that you all have done, especially has been dealing with the Big Easy deal and our coalition, especially for the violence and violence care, domestic violence. Thank you, OT, as well. One of the things I do want to mention is dealing with NORD. Few things on actual improvement concerning NORD and dealing with the funding as it goes out to NORD programs is the park development. Out of the 28 parks in District E, we have about 5 to 6 that are actually developed. The rest of them are not. The focus has been Joe Brown Park, which is great, but when we deal with some of the park and park development and addressing those things and funding, the equity of those things is very important. The second thing I would like to address is the actual programs behind that. I actually made a visit to Eastern Shore. A lot of the kids that go to school in at Douglas as well as Carver And many of them don't have the programs open there at Eastern Shore. I think it's been open maybe once in the last 2 years, even though they have a facility manager who attends there. The programming in that crate, they have an office, they have equipment that they do not have programmed that is being executed. And that's a very big issue, especially there in Little Woods, where we talk about at-risk youth. And so I would like to propose that KPIs, dealing with our key performance indicators, are given to measure and to address the equity and execution of those programs for NORD. They also need digitized documents. Their records are very behind. Recognize that records are about 50 years behind, and they need literally almost 50 years behind. And so they need their documents to be digitized and need assistance concerning that. And I suggest funding dealing with that. I would also suggest that Urban League be brought in concerning workforce development for District E to help with some of the execution, seeing that their success has been going and dealing with that. And the brownfield stations be addressed concerning how those things are being done to address blight and the transformation of those blight, especially in commercial areas, to be turned over, dealing with commercialization and to assist in added revenue for the city.
Thank you.
Thank you so
very
much.
much. Thank you.
Well,
All right, Mr. Southall, did Joe leave, Frank?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then Mr. Burnside, Mr. Johnson, we have one online comment, I think.
Good afternoon. I'm Y. Frank Southall, Organizing Community Engagement Manager at Jane Place Community Land Trust and Housing Rights Organization. And we are also a member of the Big Easy Budget Coalition. Thank you all for funding most of our coalition's requests. Special thanks to Councilmember Leslie Harris for really taking the lead on ensuring that there's more housing equity. Thank you to Councilmember Jeruso for also helping out with the various process, and thank you overall, City Council, for supporting these initiatives. We believe that the money that's been granted will help out our residents and families greatly. However, 49 million is just a start. I've spoken about this many times, but we need even more investment for housing infrastructure in our city. At Jane Place, we operate the city's and state's only comprehensive renters' rights hotline. Our eviction court monitoring coordinator, volunteers, and interns handle numerous calls from folks facing a quote quality supply issue when it comes to affordable housing in our parish, and the Housing Trust Fund will help fix this. However, the city can help its residents by creating more safe, innovative, and quality transitional rental housing for residents dealing with the worst conditions from the worst slumlords by injecting an even bigger chunk of permanently affordable housing to the market. We can force slumlords to repair their properties, not only through Healthy Homes co-enforcement, but also via more competition. Also, we want to see a funding for the renovation creation, we want to see most of the funding for renovation and creation of new affordable housing be concentrated in the historic part of our city. So District B, District C, District A, in Carrollton, just because, as many advocates like Ms. Dawn Aber and others have commented, the East is saturated with, most of where our working class impoverished folks are being pushed out to. So let's create opportunities in city core, and thank you guys so much.
Thank you. All right, I think I said 5 times that Joe left. Joe Herron Mueller in support. We'll note that for the record on behalf of the community supporting the funding, the Housing Trust Fund. Michael Burnside, W.C. Johnson, one online comment, and then we'll vote.
Hi, Michael Rick Burnside, 2215 Felicity. So I heard some numbers verbally, didn't see any up on the screen, but somebody said 38 million is what we're here talking about today. The budget's about 1,600 million. So we're talking about 2% of the budget. We're spending hours doing it. So it's not that it's not important 2%, it's that the other 98% are being ignored. So I want to thank Councilman Green for his comment about blight reduction. I fully agree with him. I would like to bring to Councilperson Thomas's idea that Six Flags should include affordable housing, somewhat modeled maybe after the River District, which we'll get to in a minute. As far as Councilperson King, I'd like to say the Bechtel Golf Course would be a wonderful affordable housing opportunity for poor people everywhere. I would like to tell Councilperson Moreno that her idea of paying people at the Orleans Parish Communication District a living wage would be an absolutely wonderful thing, and I hope she includes 311 in it as well as 911, because I bug 311 a lot more than I bug 911. I'd like to say Councilperson Morel's Culture and Rec Fund. Could have used a slide on the board because I'm not sure I pronounced it correctly, but it's wonderful if you're getting money down to the lowest strata of our culture bearers and other people. I'd like to bring code enforcement's godfather to the idea that HUD matters, because we've got a house maybe 100 yards from mine that's owned by HUD, and code enforcement finds it really hard to do anything when the federal government owns the house. And finally, I'd like to beat up on poor Councilperson Harris. So Councilperson Harris doesn't know this is coming, but I have a problem in my neighborhood, 1609 South Liberty, and it's squatted in. There's a child inside of it, and I've sent emails twice on that subject, been ignored both times. So here publicly, I'm going to say that there's squatters in 1609 South Liberty, and they have a child with them. And I'm going to say that the gentleman who owns it is a low-income housing tax credit, low affordable housing person with a contract with the Louisiana Housing Corporation, where he has the eligible basis for $452,000 for the house and another $30,000 for the land in a neighborhood that is Central City. And the idea that a house, if it is even a duplex, is worth $500,000 is absurd on the face of it. And I would like to talk to somebody who's interested in white collar crime instead of blue collar crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Last but certainly not least, W.C. Johnson, and one online comment.
W.C. Johnson with Community United for Change in New Orleans United Front. I keep hearing this affordable housing being kicked around, and you mentioned it, Councilperson Harris. The problem with that is there is no real affordable housing going on here in New Orleans. Most of the housing you are over the Housing Authority of New Orleans, which supposedly is offering affordable housing. You need to look and see what they call affordable housing. It is a disgrace. We're talking about budgets here, but I haven't heard anything about oversight within these budgets, because we need to be on top of how this money is being spent, because a lot of this money is being spent at the peril of the citizens here, especially when we're dealing with housing. I haven't heard anything about the DBE program that should be made a component of everything that is passed for the budget. They should be forced to recognize the DBEs in this city, because that's what it was put together for, structured for. So we need to be more conscious about how we're spending our money and what we're getting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. All right, Ms. Curran, we'll take the one online comment.
This is from Isabel Manley. She says, I'm commenting to register support for restoring $820,000 to the NORD budget. 12 community organizations as part of the Open NOLA Pools Coalition signed on to a letter asking City Council and NORD to open all summer pools and make sure hours were accessible to the community. More than 20 members of the public left comments supporting funding pools at the November 8th budget hearing. This is a step in the right direction. Thank you for listening to community members who want accessible pools for New Orleans families and youth.
Thank you very much. All right, after public comment and discussion on the dais, I will move to adopt the ordinance as amended, second by Councilmember Green. You got it. 7 yeas, no nays. Only 12 more budget items.
We're now going to page 33. We're going to ordinance calendar number 34,454. By Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 2-1103 of the Code of the City of New Orleans, setting fees for notarial service and related costs and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you. I've moved, seconded by Councilmember Harris. 7 yeas, no nays.
We're now going to back to page 23. And we're gonna do 9E, number 34,456. We have ordinance calendar number 34,456 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to adopt the Downtown Development District's 2024 plan to provide additional capital and special services, facilities, and improvements for the Downtown Development District of the City of New Orleans for the year 2024 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
I move for approval, seconded by Councilmember Harris. 7 yeas, no nays.
We're now gonna do at the top of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,455 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to adopt the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Funds Tourism Cultural Economy Program proposed grant scoring matrix and budget for the year 2024 to be administered by the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund to one, provide services.
All right.
To provide services and for financial support to the cultural bearers and cultural economy of New Orleans, including without limitation the people, the enterprises, and communities that transfer cultural skills, knowledge, and ideas into economically productive goods, services, and places. And two, enhance tourism in New Orleans by strengthening the cultural economy, which attracts tourists to New Orleans, supporting events and festivals for the year 2024 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Move for approval, seconded by Councilmember Harris. 7 yeas, no nays.
We're now going to the top of page 24. We have motion line over do you have the amendment for that one? We have motion, or is there an amendment? All right, motion line over M23-499 by Councilmember Jeruso by request, approving the operating budget of the New Orleans Aviation Board for the year 2024.
All right, I'll move for approval. Second by Councilmember Moreno. 6 yeas, no nays.
Now we'll go to 9H, motion line over M23-500 by Councilmember Jeruso by request, approving the Delgado Albano Plantation Commission for the year 2024.
Madam Clerk, since this is not the substitute motion one.
No.
I move for approval. Second by Councilmember Morale. Seven yeas, no nays.
Now we're coming to the first one.
Thank you very much. Keep me straight.
Motion line over M23-501 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. This motion is being withdrawn.
So ordered.
Now we have substitute motion. We have Substitute motion M 23-501 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. Be it moved by the Council of the City of New Orleans that the operating budget of the French Market Corporation for the year 2024 as herein below specified be, and the same is hereby approved. And oh, okay, I'm sorry. No. For motion, substitute motion M 23-501, the substitute motion adjusts the French Market Corporation's 2024 budget to decrease anticipated parking lot and Crescent Park. That is the amendment. We need to suspend the rules to receive this substitute motion.
So moved, seconded by Councilmember Morel. Seven yeas, no nays.
Now we need to add it.
So moved, seconded by Councilmember Morel again. Waiting on one more. Seven yeas, no nays.
And now vote on it.
I've moved. Seconded by Council President Morel. Seven yeas, no nays.
Now we have at the bottom of the page, we have motion line over M 23-502 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. This motion is being withdrawn.
So ordered.
We have substitute motion 502. Adjusts the municipal yacht harbors 2024 budget to increase anticipated rental, lease, and assessment revenues in 2024 by $82,630. We need to suspend the rules to receive this substitute motion.
I've moved, seconded by Councilmember Green. One more. Seven yeas.
Now we need to add.
I'll move on adding. Second by Councilmember Green. Oh, Moreno. Seven yeas. And now to adopt.
Yes.
Second by Councilmember Green. Seven yeas, no nays.
And now we have motion M 23-503. This motion is being withdrawn.
So ordered.
Now we need to, we have motion M 23-503, adjust the OPCD's 2024 budget to increase anticipated intergovernmental revenues in 2024 by $1,131,965. We need to suspend the rules to receive this motion.
I've moved, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Seven yeas.
Now we need to add.
Move to add. Seconded by Councilmember Harris, Councilmember Green.
Once a day, I have to give my speech about the fact that the city council is working to increase wages and to make benefits available, and we need people to fill these jobs. So for the Orleans Parish Communications District, I just want to encourage the public to go and find out about these job opportunities
and to help fill them at these new rates. And I want to thank the council in advance of voting to make this available to the public.
I was worried you'd forgotten. 7 yeas, no nays. And now as substituted.
Yeah.
To adopt. Moved. Second by Councilmember Green. 7 yeas, no nays.
Now we'll do motion line over M 23-504 by Councilmember Jeruso by request approving the operating budget of the New Orleans Builder Corporation for 2024.
Moved, second by Councilmember Moreno. 7 yeas, no nays.
We have motion line over M 23-505 by Councilmember Jeruso by request, authorizing the clerk of council staff to make any necessary technical, typographical, mathematical, and or structural adjustments to any ordinances, motions, and amendments related to the adoption of the 2024 budget. This motion allows for the assurance of accuracy and the elimination of errors.
Move for approval, seconded by Councilmember Harris. 7 yeas, no nays. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an adopted 2024 budget.
Okay, y'all ready to go to the next two?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You were born ready.
We're now gonna go to page 35 at the bottom. We have ordinance calendar number 34,471 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate state act funds to the Office of Economic Development within the Office of the Mayor for the Fresh Stop Market Initiative dedicated to healthy food access and education in the lower Ninth Ward community and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
All right, I've moved, seconded by Councilmember Moreno. Seven yeas. The revenue. And now the corresponding expenditure ordinance.
And on top of page 36, ordinance calendar number 34,472 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate state act funds to the Office of Economic Development within the Office of the Mayor for the Fresh Stop Market Initiative dedicated to healthy food access and education in the lower Ninth Ward community and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I've moved for approval, seconded by Councilmember Moreno. 7 yeas, that concludes all budget business for this meeting.
We're now gonna go to page 39. We have ordinance calendar number 34,485 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to ordain Division 3, revocation of tax exemptions in Chapter 150, Article 2, and to ordain Division 6, Department of Code Enforcement in Chapter 2, Article 6 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide relative to the revocation and reinstatement of an ad valorem tax exemption for certain residential occupancy owned by nonprofit corporations or associations to establish related reporting requirements for the Department of Code Enforcement and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, the ordinance that we have before us has to do with work that this council, along with our legislative delegation, has been diligently working through and exploring over the past year and a half. And it has to do with removing property tax exemptions for nonprofits who are acting as slumlords. And unfortunately, we have a couple sites here in New Orleans where that has happened. And it makes it really hard to move forward with a tax sale when you are dealing with a nonprofit that doesn't have any taxes to pay. So as we explore this option, there's one of our great legislators who decided that he was going to take this on in the state legislature and partner with us and then move forward with a campaign for a statewide constitutional amendment. And that person is with us today. That's Representative Jason Hughes. Jason, thank you so much for your leadership on this. Appreciate it. As we work through this, we knew that we needed to very narrowly tighten the legislation to ensure that this was only for the most egregious type of infractions within developments, things like what we've seen actually at the Willows in New Orleans East, where we have seen myself, Councilmember Thomas, who's been out there many times as well, Councilmember Hughes, Councilmember Morrell, and others, where we literally have seen ceilings caving in, mold through the walls, trash and everything from old furniture, mattresses piled up outside, broken fences, gates, lack of security, just overall very dangerous living conditions. And these are conditions that have persisted for some tenants that we actually met out there for many, many months. We helped one tenant actually get relocated through the assistance of the city, who had been living in an apartment that literally, it was a huge hole above her second floor, and water was seeping in. She was trying to do everything she could to tarp it up and things like that, but water was seeping in for many, many months. And this had become a really serious health issue for her because of the mold and everything that had grown within her apartment. And so we helped her get relocated to a different spot. But bottom line, when you have landlords who are treating their tenants like this, they should not get the benefit of a property tax exemption. So what this particular ordinance does, it begins to put in place the rules, our city rules, for how these property exemptions can be removed now that we have the authorization through the state legislature, thanks to Representative Hughes, and also through a constitutional amendment, which was overwhelmingly supported by the people of Louisiana, to remove these property tax exemptions from landlords who are acting as slumlords. So that is what this does. Councilmember Morrell, I know you wanted to make comments on this.
I did. I think I know for those of you who have not served in the legislature, especially recently, it is nigh impossible to get a constitutional amendment through the legislature. It requires a 2/3 vote of both bodies. And I think one cannot underscore the amount of skill and trust you must have with your colleagues to get a measure like this through two houses with a 2/3 vote required. And I really want to highlight the leadership of Representative Hughes, because I cannot imagine, as someone who's had to do that a couple of times, it is very difficult to pass a measure like this. I want to highlight this for a second. We know why this is necessary. Any of us who've been to the Willows, healthy homes is not going to fix the Willows. There's no way to make the Willows healthy. And for situations like that, there's only one true reprieve, which is to adjust the state constitution. But when you're going through the process, and I'm sure Representative Hughes, if you want to make some comments, we would invite it. But the amount of conspiracy theories and third-party groups that probably accosted Representative Hughes asking about what was the secret reason he was doing this, the amount of trust your colleagues have to have in you to pass a measure like this, to even get it on the ballot, is very, very difficult. And more importantly, because we've seen a lot of failure across the state on measures that are for New Orleans, at the state level, to pass a measure like this, I really cannot understate how grateful we are for your leadership, Representative Hughes. This is a tremendous success that is going to allow us to finally push out these disreputable nonprofits that are literally making money off misery. They're literally just, they put themselves out there as nonprofits, usually with a semi-faith-based function, that are trying to help people, and they are not. They are simply creating festering holes where they take money from people at rents that are not even cheap. And they put families, both their health at risk, as well as a tremendous amount of other risks. And they did this for years because they knew we could not pursue them to remove them. And your leadership has given us the position, working with the Council Vice President, to finally say, no, you are not going to benefit, not just off the misery of the people who live in your buildings, but on avoiding all taxation and millages while you're doing it. So thank you so much. We see you, we appreciate you, and I have a slew of other things I need you to do this upcoming session. Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas, and then after that, I'll take you, Representative Hughes. Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you, Representative Hughes, for your efforts with this area. This has been a long-standing issue in this community. And though Representative Hughes was able to develop the relationships for this to be successful, we can't forget the efforts of the late Teddy Marchand or former Senator Wesley Bishop and his efforts to free us when you talk about property rights and how we deal with property rights, or the efforts of John Johnson, Sherman Copeland. But it shows the skill of Representative Hughes into developing the kind of relationships in many cases that helped free us from the state constitution. Those who know the state constitution, when you talk about the revenue we generate within our boundaries and the rights of property owners, the city of New Orleans has been held hostage. So from Crowder to DeGaulle Manor, from Monticello to Higgins Gate and Park Fontaine, because though the apartment complex on New Orleans East may be the example, we know from the Washington Avenue apartments all the way to the ones across the river, that may have been the example that they used. But we know that, so if a New Orleans East legislator can help free up what's happening with apartment complexes throughout this city, then it was good that we could use an example in our community. But we know it's prevalent throughout our community. But it also shows the progress now of what's happening in New Orleans East. We are the brand now, where you use what's going on in our community to make a difference throughout the state. And that's what we're wanting to do. Say, hold on, we're not deceptive anymore. If nothing else, we'll be the leader for the rest of, because I could highlight and name apartment complexes and nonprofits throughout this city. So thank you, Representative Hughes. Thank you, Councilmember Marino, and thank the legislature. So hopefully now this is a start. So if we want to give the new governor-elect and the committee something, let us go, give us some freedom. When you talk about controlling our property rights within Orleans Parish, give us more freedom when you talk about keeping the revenue that's generated in Orleans Parish that helps the other parishes. So maybe this is the start of another effort of a long list of legislative items that where we've been held hostage for far too long.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Representative Hughes, either you can come to the table or on the podium, wherever you'd like to go.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. To my friends on the New Orleans City Council, I'm State Representative Jason Hughes from House District 100, 6600 Plaza Drive. The result of this monumental effort, first and foremost, is a testament
to partnership. And I want to reiterate to the public that the legislative branches of government in the city of New Orleans, federal, state, and local, we work hand in hand to get things done on behalf of our citizens. Council President, you're right. There were many skeptical colleagues in the legislature that wondered why we introduced this constitutional amendment. And the answer is simple. We did it on behalf of people. Mayor Gatto with Fox 8 did a series of stories highlighting the Willows in particular, but we know that there are other bad actors. But visiting the Willows, many of us have had the opportunity to go out there. And what we know about the Willows is that there are just many hardworking people keeping the economy of the city of New Orleans open. They're hard workers and they deserve a quality place to live. And so that's why we took this effort on. Council Vice President, I could not have asked for a better friend and partner in this effort than you. You were there every step of the way. You helped lead very intense and meaningful and necessary negotiations with our extraordinary housing advocates. Andrew and Sadi were right there every step of the way. Council Vice President, when things started to run into trouble, when it got on the floor and I had to return it to the calendar, it was because of the longstanding relationships of you, Madam Vice President, and you, Mr. President, that we were able to reach out not only to Democratic colleagues, but Republicans as well, in order to get those 70+ votes that needed to move it to the Senate. And to every member of this council, Councilmember Jeruso, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember King, Councilmember Green, Councilmember Thomas, collectively, this has been a partnership. And the win is not for me or Council Vice President Moreno or members of the City Council. The win was on behalf of our residents and they deserve it. So this is another meaningful tool in the toolbox. It's a testament of what we can accomplish when we work together. And as we move into a new legislative session with a new legislature and a new governor, I look forward to the many more meaningful things that we will do together. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you, my friend, Councilmember Moreno, Council President Morel, and all of my friends on the New Orleans City Council.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. You're a wonderful public servant and we really appreciate you. All right, we've got several comment cards. We've got Monique Blossom, followed by Don Hebert.
Monique Blossom, Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center. Thank you to Representative Hughes and Councilmember Murray.
You're good. Helena's great.
For your leadership on this very important constitutional amendment and now ordinance, and congratulations on the win with a statewide vote. Far too many New Orleanians are living in unhealthy and unsafe housing, and the fact that nonprofits own and operate slum properties is shameful. We need to eliminate these businesses, and New Orleans should never have another slumlord making money off of people living in horrific conditions. And so it's great for us to have another avenue to target these bad actors, slumlords. And I would like to invite the full council to join me in prioritizing the tenants and the families that are living there, living at all of these kinds of properties. I think we all talk about the Willows as the one example, but we'll need a thoughtful and intentional relocation plan that results in improved housing outcomes. And so I look forward to those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Hebert, followed by Artra Abraham.
My name is Dawn Hebert. I'm the president of the East New Orleans Neighborhood Advisory Commission and the vice president of the Lake Willow Neighborhood Association. I'm in full support of this item, addressing the nonprofit status of owners that own properties that have for years negatively affected the quality of life for tenants and surrounding communities. Properties that have been poorly managed have not been properly addressed or cited by code enforcement, HANO, or HUD. I know because I've been attempting to get some type of citation for them. In particular, the Willows Apartments complex has for years experienced increasingly high rates of crime, including several murders and ongoing substantiated tenant complaints, which I'm happy that Councilperson Moreno has been out there, seeing up close and personal what is happening, and Councilperson Thomas. Over the last couple of years, I have been attempting to get some type of citation on this apartment complex because my neighborhood borders the complex. We have had to deal with gunshots. They've had several murders, one in particular, 3 within I think a 24-hour period. And all of this is detrimental to the quality of life, not only for the tenants, but for the members of Lake Willow and actually the New Orleans East community in as a whole. Also, I believe that there's no correlation in code enforcement between blight and crime. I don't know why, but that's the way it is. And I think that if it was closely monitored as to what was going on, actually the crime rates in New Orleans East would decrease because the police is really at this complex every week. Also, I'm concerned because I recently met with the code enforcement director to discuss this particular item and the one in August by Representative Landry. And he told me that it's difficult to address these type of property owners who live out of town. I don't get it because many of these owners of these complexes are outside owners. So this needs to be changed. So I'm thankful for you all to bring this to fruition because it needs to happen, but I do wish that code enforcement takes this seriously because they have the documents, they have the data to go forward and deal with these properties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Abear.
Yeah, just for clarification, if you don't mind,
Sure, go
Madam
ahead.
Chairman. Based on the last report released by Interim Chief Michelle Woodford, the crime, the MCC, New Orleans East was actually leading the way in violent crime reduction. If we've been monitoring the last several weeks, other than the 2 off of Michoud, 12 of the last 14 shootings have not been in New Orleans East. 12 of the 14 have been downtown, the Quarter, and Canal Street. So I just want to thank advocates like Dawn Hebert, but we also want the folk who live in our community to know that though we have some challenges, the myth and the stereotype about crime, given the facts, and I'll pull up the map if people want it, we have to remember that we have a proud community. We don't deserve the stereotype, but what we deserve is the representation and the resources that our community deserves. Go New Orleans East is the place to be.
Thank you, council member. And last up is Artra Abraham.
Thank you all so much again. Thank you again for the passing concerning this healthy homes, the trust fund, so important. When we recognize that happened during the storm in the East, is that the issue was that a lot of families didn't have any place to go to. They didn't have any place to actually, from them leaving from these dilapidated housing projects and homes and apartments, they didn't have any place to go to. So this funding and things of removing the tax credits of these nonprofit slumlords is vital for us progressing, us moving forward and dealing with this development in our area. The thing that I do also want to say is thank you, Representative Hughes. Thank you, Don Hebert. Thank you, Council President and Vice President, for actually going there to departments and seeing the things. Thank you, Meg Gatto. And then also thank you, Meg Blossom, OT, for the things. I do want to say this, though. The code enforcement, they have an issue organizing data. We recognize that when we wanted to request data based on district, they could not produce it. So moving forward, I would highly suggest that they organize, and when we deal with funding, when we deal with this enforcement, to make things effective, that code enforcement actually have data organized and based on district, so we can target the blight, so we can measure and check the metrics concerning how these things are being applied, the timetables that things are being executed, and concerning these homeowners and property owners who are out of town. I know I deal with Lincoln Beach area on Lincoln Beach Boulevard. We have a property literally on the corner of Haynes and Vincent. They refuse to cut their grass. One of the places that's right next to there, Miss Janet Tobias, who upkeeps her property, is hard to maintain and help with investment when you have a property owner who's out of town and does not cut their grass. So we want to definitely thank you all again and really highlight what does need to be done going forward concerning code enforcement to help make these things more effective.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Any online comments?
Yeah, we have three.
Okay, go ahead.
First one is from Candace Forrest, who says, I reside at the Lake Willow subdivision and my home backs up to the Willows apartment complex that has plagued our neighborhood and the city for years. I've been subjected to trash being thrown across the fence into my yard, the complex failing to timely replace the fence that divides our properties, and probably the scariest is that I have had bullets hit my home twice and my vehicle once. Each time the bullets came from the direction of the complex. Thankfully, no one was injured, but this makes me fearful to go into my backyard or have my young daughter play in my backyard for fear of something tragic happening to us. I fully support any action taken by the city to hold these landlords accountable for the prison they trap the neighboring residents into. The next comment is from Natalie Bachman. She says, I concur with revoking the tax exempt nonprofit status for global ministries. And Amy Foster comments, I'm in full support of calendar 34-485. My experience living next to the Willows apartment has been a frightening experience for over 12 years. This complex is negatively affecting my neighborhood's quality of life, but also degrading our property values. The quality of life for the tenants of this complex are hampered by poor management that have allowed blight, crime, and the deterioration of individual units. To know that my tax dollars, federal, state, and local, are being used to fund this complex for the Global Ministry Foundation is truly disturbing. City resources are constantly being utilized, such as the 7th District NOPD and the SWAT team, to address weekly occurrences, many resulting in killings. Numerous complaints have been lodged against this property in Orleans Parish and in other cities, with Louisiana and its past due to remove the nonprofit perks from this organization and similar property owners. Thank you for your service in the community. That's it for the online comments.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll make a motion to adopt. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you all. Thank you, Representative. Appreciate it.
Council members, we're now going to page 21, a legislative group in zoning docket 8123, Okra Properties LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a bed and breakfast principal in an HUMU Historic Urban Neighborhood Mixed Use District located on Square 760, a portion of Lot 18, Lot 19, and Lot Part C in the First Municipal District, bounded by South Carrollton Avenue, Bolden Street, DeHimicourt Street, and South Pierce Street. Municipal addresses 4320 through 4322 South Carrollton Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 2 provisos. We have motion M23-542 by Councilmember Jeruso, approving the applicant's conditional use request on zoning docket 8123 for property located at 4320, 4322 South Carrollton Avenue, subject to 2 provisos contained in the City Planning Commission's report, and a 3rd proviso as stated below. Number 3, residential short-term rental or commercial short-term rental use shall not be permitted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Kroll.
Thank you. This conditional use allows a owner-occupied principal bed and breakfast. It's on a mixed-use corridor in South Carrollton Avenue. There was no opposition to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. As you said, this is an established bed and breakfast that had their license expire, now must get a conditional use to continue operation. The operator lives on site and rents out the other half with double shotgun home. I've not received any opposition either. The big thing, mindful of Councilmember Harris and Councilmember Morales, we've added a proviso that prohibits short-term rental licenses for this property. That way it can be used only as a bed and breakfast, private residence, or other permitted use in HUMU zoning and not as a short-term rental. Mr. Hicks, did you want to speak? You'll have 2 minutes, sir. I've moved and it's been seconded by Councilmember Harris while you come to the mic.
Thank you. You covered it mostly, mainly that we had the license previously. We just happened to have really terrible timing with letting it expire and needing to put it in again. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. That's all.
We appreciate it. I move for approval, subject to 3 provisos, seconded by Councilmember Harris. Please vote your machines. I need at least 2 more. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Council members, we need to go to page 44. We have resolution R 23-537 by Councilmember Harris approving a pilot term sheet agreement for property located at Convention Center Boulevard at the corner of Henderson and Yorktown Street, 301 Rate Street, 1455 South Peter Street, and 1465 South Peter Street, as further described in legal description, Exhibit A, owned by Cypress Lorcelli RD2A LLC for construction of the Shell project as authorized under Act 212 of the 2023 regular legislative session. The council, after consideration of the recommendation of the Mayor's Office of Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know that this is an item that's been in the media. We had a great groundbreaking just the other day, announcing the River District and a groundbreaking for the new office tower that Shell will inhabit. Let me just say this. First, this pilot is not a Shell pilot. Shell is not asking for the pilot. The developer is asking for a pilot to build a building for Shell who will serve as the tenant in the building. So this is not a Shell-driven pilot. What it does, though, is the developer of the River District, which encompasses not only this parcel of land, but other parcels in front of the River District, in front of the river. This developer has committed to creating 450 units of affordable housing. 450 units of affordable housing. So in exchange for a tax abatement on a piece of property that we have not collected taxes on for the past 20 years, we will get 450 units of affordable housing, and that is by contract with a master lease agreement. So I just want to be very clear of what the stakes are. If we abate $21 million over the next 15 years, that amounts to $1.4 million. To get 450 affordable units online for a cost of $1.4 million in exchange for abating taxes for $1.4 million, I can't think of any better deal that we can get on the affordable housing market. And y'all just sat through this meeting, this hours-long meeting, and you know how committed I am to affordable housing. We just put $17 million into a housing trust fund to create affordable housing. So that's what the River District is all about. Combining state-of-the-art facilities for an anchor company like Shell, developing affordable housing and market rate housing, developing entertainment districts, shopping, and all of this led by a diverse team of developers who are here today. What we're talking about is $1.4 million in taxes that we haven't collected in 20 years. So let's be clear about what we're talking about. I want to say this. There's been some concern that if this pilot doesn't go through today, that Shell is going to pull out of the deal. I don't know if that's true or not, but what I can tell you is that my team has been in constant contact with Shell, and that their preference is that this pilot goes forward today. If it doesn't, but their preference is that this pilot goes forward. With my stated and evidence commitment to affordable housing, that I would not have approved or sponsored this without the commitment of those 450 units. So with that, Judge Schwartz, I want you to walk us through exactly what a pilot is, what this pilot is, how much money is on the line,
the DBE requirements, the local highway requirements, the whole thing, so that it's on the record for people to understand how transformative that granting this pilot is. $1.4 million a year in exchange for a new neighborhood, for 450 units of affordable housing, and again, developed by a diverse team that reflects the diversity of New Orleans. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Harrison and all council members. Happy to be back in front of you all today to address what is a singular project and one that I haven't seen have more benefits that redound to the city of New Orleans and the citizens of New Orleans, more so than really any other project I've ever seen. And you've hit the nail on the head. That here is a property that has been owned by a public entity in the convention center, has not paid, by virtue of it being a public body, has not paid any ad valorem taxes to the city of New Orleans for the last 23 years, just by virtue of it being publicly owned. And in exchange for pushing out that horizon 15 years, we are going to get all of the benefits that you just enumerated. And I just want to put an exclamation point on many of them before talking through some other issues. There is immediately a $5 million commitment that is derived from the savings from this construction sales taxes on building this $100+ million tower that immediately go into the trust that is going towards building those 450 units of affordable housing that you outlined. $5 million coming directly out of this project to affordable housing. That is an ironclad commitment. There is also the retention of 1,000 jobs. And as you mentioned, the pilot itself is going to the developer. It is going to the real estate project, which I can attest, real estate is hard enough to develop in this town. We get requests for pilots all the time. This is not something that is exceptional being given to a large company or a small one. We see pilot and other abatement requests all the time. This is fundamentally an issue of Shell as an anchor tenant in a building, committing to pay above market rate rents to build this state-of-the-art Class A office building, the first one built in the city in 34 years, so over a generation, without seeing this level of office development in the city of New Orleans that the River District developer is creating. That project is not financially feasible, even at those above market rates, without a pilot. And we see this all the time. We see this in affordable housing development. We see this in other commercial development. There's a list of dozens, if not hundreds of projects that have applied for pilots. We do not give them out willy-nilly. We have a great deal of scrutiny and a publicly defined process by which we evaluate pilots. And some of the comments this morning I take very seriously and sincerely to heart about folks who might feel like this process is moving very quickly and that there wasn't enough due process. And I just want to touch on that momentarily. Most pilots do not go through the level of scrutiny that this pilot has gone through. There's been a initial meeting that referred the pilot application from the State Economic Development District that yourself and your office and Councilmember Moreno's office helped amend this spring at the legislative session to improve the process by which the city would vet this project. That entity then referred the application for the pilot to our office, the Office of Economic Development, which reviewed the third-party independent economic development analysis that verified the projections on economic and fiscal impacts for the city. It is then going to the city council, where we are today in the process, to vet and review that, and then it gets referred back to the state EDD to enter into the agreement, again, not with Shell, with the River District developer. That is a more involved and thorough process than any other pilot agreement goes through in the entire state. And so I think I want to push back on, while the timeline indeed happened over a little more than a month, it was a much more thorough review than typically happens. Back to the project benefits and how the pilot actually works. Even with Shell paying an above market rate rent as the tenant in the project, the developer still needs the ability to close a gap in developing this building. And that's what this is going to. And in exchange, the payment that comes in lieu of paying their taxes for these first 15 years is this investment that's going to create $5 million for affordable housing. It's going to retain or create 1,400 jobs in the city of New Orleans with a payroll of $130 million annually. And I cannot overstate, when we talk about wealth creation and the ability for our residents to be able to live and have their families grow here. These are exactly the types of jobs and opportunities that we want to see continue growing in our city. $130 million just in annual payroll. When you look at the overall fiscal impacts to the city, even factoring in the $21 million in foregone taxes over the next 15 years, that 1.4 million annually, the city still benefits just from a fiscal perspective of over $25 million over 20 years. So $25 million more directly to the city's bottom line. On top of that, we know that the state is also going to see, because the state collects income taxes, $238 million of public benefit that, at least in theory, should benefit the city of New Orleans in the form of improved infrastructure, et cetera. And so the fiscal impacts, just the dollars and cents, are vast. The economic impacts are even greater in terms of the spin-off effects of having this project take place in our city. There's over a $400 million annual impact, to the economy of the city of New Orleans. The city of New Orleans gross area product, the measure of our overall economy, we have about an $80 billion a year economy. The projections here that this will contribute $400 million, just this one site within the larger river district, to the city's economic output, which is immense. And then lastly, and I don't think you can overstate it as you have already done, Councilmember Harris, 450 units of housing in a city that so desperately needs affordable housing. This project, not only through this the pilot for this office development, but also through projects that will generate sales taxes, will also be channeling much needed subsidy to create affordable housing units in the project. And so everything about how the city and the River District team are structuring these agreements is towards creating those public benefits. And I'll conclude on this, creating those public benefits that we need to be certain. Not only are we passing constitutional muster, we heard conversation this morning about the Cabela's test. It is making sure that the city is getting a good deal. And so I know Councilmember Thomas frequently says, it's hard to get something from nothing. We literally are collecting nothing on this property for over a generation. And in exchange for pushing that horizon out, we will see all of these immense benefits. And again, I can't think of a better deal for the city of New Orleans. And I'll just say, in terms of a but-for analysis, in terms of process, in terms of the economic impact, and ensuring that the city is not making a gratuitous donation to a private entity, I think all of these numbers show us that it is resoundingly the opposite, that the city is getting really an unparalleled transaction here that supports housing and jobs in our communities.
Can you talk about the DB requirements as well as the local hire requirement, and what happens if those fail? What happens to the pilot? It goes away, right?
Absolutely. It's a breach of the contract. The pilot agreement is a contract. And so not only in the pilot agreement, but also in the master development agreement and elsewhere in all the documents that are that underpin this River District's project, there are ironclad commitments to all of the city standards. So the city's commitment to the DB Eagles, also the Convention Center Small and Emerging Business Program, as well as the city's Hire and Over program. So all of those are contract terms that the developer cannot breach without being in breach of their contract.
Okay. I have public comment. Are there comments from council member before I get to public comment?
Hey, Jeff. Hey, Mike. So first, let me just say that, I do think that this is a really exciting project, and it has a lot of really fantastic aspects, and no doubt about it, the housing piece is like really key. You all have heard the concerns. The concerns is that the pilot's being rushed, the CEA is being rushed. I think that there's confusion around, like, what are all the incentives? Like, this looks like a little piecemeal. Like, there's a pilot, then there's the tip. Why don't you go over all of the different incentives that are being requested? Because the pilot's one thing at $21 million, but then there's a 2% tip on the entire property, which is like over $100 million, like over the next 20, 30 years, correct? So if you can go over the different incentives, subsidies that are being requested by the developer, that would be helpful.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, that's a very important point to clarify. So it's important to look at, there are several agreements here. The Shell pilot agreement has two elements. One is a $5 million commitment of the sales taxes on the construction of this building. And it's pretty simple math. It's about $100 million to build the building. Half of that is hard costs. So you're buying materials. It's not the labor and the other soft costs that go into the project. And we have about a 10% tax rate in the state of Louisiana. Because it will be a public entity that will technically own the building. That's what the pilot agreement is, or own the property. It is not subject to sales taxation. And so that roughly $5 million is what is being committed. All of those savings in the agreement are being pledged to affordable housing in the projects, as Councilmember Harris alluded to. In addition to that, $21.6 million over 15 years. So it's not a $21.6 million check that anybody's writing. $21.6 million of the assessed tax value. Once this new building is built, the assessor will look at it and say, you spent $100 million building this building. When you look at what that tax bill would be, it's estimated at about $1.4 million a year. And when you take that over the 15 years of the agreement, of the abatement of the pilot, that is $21.6 million. And so that, again, is not going to the Shell company. That is going to the River District developers who, even with Shell, again, paying top market rent and committing to build this, because they believe this to be in their interest and in the interest of the city, it is still not a financeable project. There is a gap in the project. And so as we do with other pilots, we are, the matter before the council is to commit those 21.6 million via the State Economic Development District to the project, not to Shell. As you also alluded to, Councilmember Moreno, the project is also requesting via a separate agreement, not through the pilot agreement, but through a cooperative endeavor agreement, to self-tax, to basically add up to 2 pennies of sales tax and 2 pennies of hotel occupancy tax to just the district, to anything that is built in that project, in order to be able to fund essentially what is gap in things like affordable housing, building infrastructure, improving services, stormwater retention, additional economic development. And so the city of New Orleans, if you look at the projections, the city of New Orleans is actually going to get over 30 years, $507 million in new sales taxes. That's below the line. When the River District is fully built out, that's the amount that third-party consultants have estimated are going to be generated when things are firing on all cylinders. The 2 pennies and 2 pennies that I just alluded to are what I will call above the line. So dollars that the city would otherwise have no right to. It's not in our typical, in our basic sales tax rates. The project is asking the city for the privilege of being able to self-tax in order to be able to fill critical gap in the project. So again, there are gaps in affordable housing transactions, as we know. There are gaps in building all the infrastructure that are going to need to be funded in this project, and so on. And that is what that 107 million roughly that is expected to be generated from the additional sales taxes and hotel occupancy taxes. That's what that will generate. And the request is for that to go to the project. As I appreciate that CA was deferred today, but we acknowledge is a critically important piece of making sure that everything hangs together and we see the public benefits that we want.
So, yeah, and I feel much more comfortable with the CEA being deferred. I think that will allow us to have kind of a clean version of the CEA and really take a look at that 2%, because even though both 2%, but the 2% that I'm talking about is the sales tax 2%, because even though that 2% is it's spelled out in the CEA, it's supposed to be spent within the district. I don't see anything in the CEA that prohibits a portion of that money going directly to the city for police services, EMS, fire. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like we're going to have to take care of the River District, correct?
We will, although I do think that I think it's a great thought. I think the way that I would think about it is that is the below the line number. So the 2 pennies or 2.5 that the city collects already that goes to our general fund of our sales tax rate. That 507 million, it is split between the state and the city. So let's just say roughly, it's about $150 to $200 million of new sales taxes being generated to the city. That is what I would say is that the growth of the district is generating that, and that will be the investment that we can make in our first responders and city services. It's the amount over the line, which is just a way of saying the additional taxation that we put in the district is what I would argue we should still commit to things like affordable housing creation and not the basic city services, but the gaps that we know we're going to need to fill for housing and infrastructure and other public benefits in the district.
And
I think I
so,
welcome, I think.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think let's have some additional dialogue on that piece.
Absolutely.
Because on the additional 2%, as we're now calling it, I think that's a better term than to think about our 2.5, right? So the additional 2%, one of the amendments that we had discussed to go into the CEA is about there being a timeline for construction of the affordable housing units, because it's one thing to have a contractual agreement saying you're supposed to build 450 units, but there was nothing in either, you know, the contractual agreement with the authority or whoever else that said, when does this need to commence? So look, we've seen this movie before where there's commitments to do something, yet it's never done because there's never a particular timeline set. So it's always in the planning phase, right? So we have an amendment in there that talks about that, that construction, that these units have to be getting built and then over the next 5 years. And so I think like that's a really strong and important amendment to add into it. And also, of course, putting in, you know, 10% of the proceeds solely being dedicated to ensure that the affordable housing piece is met. So I think that those are good safeguards. And like I said, delaying the CEA, I think is a great move because it allows us time to have a clean CEA that everybody can work on and everybody passes like the same CEA. And at the end of the day with the pilot, the issue is not that I don't support necessarily the need for this pilot. It was really just the completely rushed approach and the lack of information I think that the council members received. I mean, Jeff, how many times did I text you for additional documents? Like that should have all come all in one set, you know. We should have all known that there was this hard deadline. And, you know, we were all told there was this deadline of December 1st because there was a lease agreement with Shell. But in taking a look at the lease language, there wasn't a hard out by Shell that, you know, that if this incentive didn't come online, that there was a hard out. It's so that they may opt out. But in conversations that I've had with top leadership with Shell, they never threatened that. They never threatened to walk out if it didn't happen on December 1st.
Sure.
And so like that's what's I guess puts us in some of us council members, me, I'll just say me, it put me in like a very frustrated place, you know, because it was like, what is what, you know, what are all these numbers? I mean, we're taking a look at 4 or 5 different boards, including the city council, that all have a piece in this. So trying to, you know, talk to the folks at the convention center, try to get all of the understanding, all of this, you know, in the past week or so, because this was coming up for this vote under this supposed hard deadline. It was incredibly frustrating for me. So I can't even imagine what members of the public were like thinking about like how this went through.
Sure.
And but really, I mean, like this cannot continue to happen this way. I mean, I think we're gonna have to put in place different rules for pilots that, you know, you've got to have almost like a 90-day process. I was talking to the council president about that, probably set new guidelines around how these things are presented. Like I said, I'm not saying that this isn't necessary. I'm just talking about the overall process that this was done. Because when you have this type of rush process, all of a sudden people start thinking that there's like a boogeyman, you know, like, oh my gosh, maybe this isn't good. Maybe they're just trying to rush this through because this is a bad deal and they want to hide it. And I don't think that that's the case. Let me be very clear. It's just, I think that there could have been a much better way to do this. And I think, Jeff, it would be really helpful too, for there to be additional presentations, you know, done by you, done by the developers to talk about the additional incentives that will be necessary for this so that everyone's like understanding, because this allows for pilots to occur. Are there going to be more potentially requested down the road? Like, it's like, it would be great to get an idea as to what's going to be necessary on the public subsidy piece moving forward.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Now I'll, mea culpa and totally agree. This is faster than I think, we would be ideal. And you definitely have my commitment to having any meetings with council members as well as members of the public to make sure we get over the hump.
But like I said, you know, the CEA at the end of the day is going to govern a lot of this.
It is.
And and also has portions of the CEA dealing with the pilot. So the fact that we're deferring that and giving us a little bit more time to work on that, I'm very pleased to hear. And I think it's certainly a step in the right direction. And I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any other council members? All right, before we start with public comment, I do want to say this. We've been working with the RD&I team probably since I took office 2 years ago. Jeff, you and I have been working on this for a long time. Documents have been presented, they were out there. Allison from my office wrote the language, the amendment to the affordable housing piece. We're gonna work together to tighten it up, but I just want to thank everybody's teamwork. As we all know, sometimes New Orleans can be a hard place to make deals, and if we slow roll them, they're gonna die. So, you know, the swiftness of this, I think it's par for the course when we wanna land a big fish. And when we wanna do good things for the community, including funding affordable housing. With that, public comment, I think this is Michael Burnside. And everybody just state your name, address for the record. You got 2 minutes because we got a lot of public comment to get through. And I know Councilmember Morrell has a deadline to get out of here.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. My neighborhood doesn't benefit from the Superdome. We pay 2% sales tax. It goes to the Superdome district. I don't know anybody's got a job at Superdome. We can see the Superdome, but we can't really get a job there. We pay 2% sales tax to the convention center. I don't know anybody's got a temp job in the convention center in my neighborhood either. We got a couple old guys that got TWIC cards. They go down to the port, but middle-aged and young people don't even have TWIC cards. So you're asking us to save, you're asking us to participate in something we don't benefit from. You're asking us to benefit other people, but those other people don't have any interest in benefiting us. They don't come into my neighborhood with an NPP and say, hey guys, we're going to offer you job force training down here. You can come learn to be a plumber and then you can earn real money. They don't offer us shit. They don't even talk to us. They don't even come down and say a thing. Council President Morrell was talking about the janitors out at the airport. Where are the people in my neighborhood going to work? They're not going to work in the River District. I'll tell you that right now. The city's working for only some people because this gross area product or whatever the hell it is. I used to study stuff. There's a Federal Reserve Bank. They do kind of area studies. We are lumped in with Jefferson Parish. We're not our own special little spot. So any of the numbers that generated aren't for Orleans Parish. They're for this Federal Reserve Bank district that lumps us in with Jefferson and a couple other little places like, I don't know, St. Bernard or somebody. There's nothing up there on the screen for people to see. It's all visual. There's nothing printed for us to take home to show anybody. You're asking us to trust people that don't come into our neighborhood and don't even say hi to us.
That's your time, Mr. Burnside. Leah Bailey, followed by Charles Nicholson.
Good afternoon. My name is Leah Bailey. I'm a researcher with Unite Here Local 23, the Union for Hospitality Workers in New Orleans. The River District is a massive development with potential to transform the convention district as well as the surrounding communities. I know how important it is to get it right, and one way to make sure we get it wrong is to give a tax break to RD&I and Shell without any guarantee that the jobs down the line will be good jobs. And also, we need real affordable housing, not just workforce housing that is for people that, you know, middle class people. We need real affordable housing for people that really need it. So I would really like to see some of that kind of housing in this development. And definitely appreciate what Councilmember Harris said and also what Councilmember Moreno says about the development. We get the importance of bringing these big businesses to town, but we need to make sure that they are paying a fair amount. You know, they are going to get this tax exemption for 15 years, and that's going to equal out to $21.6 million. And honestly, they did rush it through. They rushed it through on purpose and intentionally. So we wouldn't have time. People that work every day don't have time to actually look at this, the details of this. And honestly, I'm taking that personal. As somebody that works in this industry and spends a lot of time looking at development, you know, I
just barely missed it myself. You know, I think it's important that we keep the community informed about what's going on and where their money is going, specifically the hospitality industry, because a lot of that, the money around this river district is coming from beverage taxes and also room taxes also.
Ms. Bailey, that's your time.
We're going to be working with it. So Local 23, we are actually opposed to it at this forum right now.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Bailey. Charles Nicholson, followed by Louis David.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Louis David. I am the interim president and CEO at the New Orleans Business Alliance. We are definitely in favor of this pilot agreement. Councilmember Harris, it was great to see you at the groundbreaking the other day. The pilot is really one of our only tools in the toolbox to help spur development in New Orleans. And we really look forward to showing off that we're using a pilot to construct one of the first new office buildings in New Orleans, and really even in the market in a number of years. I just wanted to make a couple points because I know we're trying to be quick. Shell's building and the office development will help us recruit and retain more high wage jobs in New Orleans, especially at all levels, not only just the office jobs, but this project will bring lots of retail, food and beverage jobs that will help folks in the community. And I'd also like to point out that the pilot does require DBE participation. NOLA BA has worked with a number of small and minority businesses on other DBE pilot projects, and we look forward to helping other small businesses grow into the capacity of working on projects like the River District and other projects in New Orleans.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Charles Nicholson is not here, but he's opposed to it. Charlie Romaine, followed by Josh Tatum.
Hello, Council. I speak to you today as a New Orleans resident. I moved here in 1989 and never looked back. It's a city I love and I wouldn't live anywhere else. Been lucky to raise 3 kids here as well. For the past 14 years, I've been with Louisiana Economic Development. I'm Director of Economic Development, and I've worked on hundreds, if not thousands, of projects through the years. Some we won, some we lost. Some that we lost actually came back later in a few years with new projects. So sometimes the losses are only temporary. And all this we did working with regional and parish economic development agencies. And, you know, I've seen over the past 14 years, some parishes and cities with some very high participation in the industrial tax exemption programs and other programs grow to be some of the wealthiest parishes in the state. Growing jobs and investment. Unfortunately, I've also seen some operations close in some of the less fortunate parishes and seen the devastating effects that have had on the community. And, you know, we all remember 2009, the city experienced Chevron moving their Gulf operations to St. Tammany. And you know, while it still benefited the state, as a New Orleans resident, it hurt a lot. So, you know, we look at the current plan that's before us today. You know, it's just a cost of doing business to ensure the continued existence and support in the city of a great company. And it can go a long way with, you know, with corporate decision makers as well. So I ask you to consider your vote carefully and do what's best for the city, you know, in the long term after we're both gone. And thank you for all you do. I know you have a tough job.
Thank you. And I assume you're Charlie Romaine? Okay. Please remember to state your name and address for the record. Josh Tatum, followed by Allison Hartman.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Josh Tatum. I'm with Greater New Orleans, Inc. I'm the Vice President of Business Retention and Expansion. Thank you so much for your time and consideration today. And I just want to say how supportive we are as an organization and as myself personally as well into this project because of how transformational this project will be, just not for right now, but for generations to come. If we do not do nothing, we keep the status quo at zero taxes revenue for this project. If we do something, that brings positive revenue of impact. So I just want to also double down on what's been discussed is that this pilot is not for shell. This is for the development of the property. It is not for shell. It is for the development of this property and the opportunities that will come with that, which is housing, retail development, sales tax, additional opportunities that will trickle into all the communities here in New Orleans and just not the River District, but as a whole, as a parish. And so I really do think that with this, it not only brings the tax revenue, but the jobs that will be generationally building wealth and economic opportunities for those that come behind this project. And so I just do want to say again, how great of a team that is behind this. And I do want to thank everybody here at the council and for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison Hartman is in support, but she does not want to speak. Sean Flannery, Louis Marcella. Sean Flannery, are you here? He's in support. Louis?
Yeah, I'm gonna defer if I could to Sean Barney from.
Sean Barney, you can't defer time. Sean Barney, you need to fill out a card. Okay, then we'll wait to get to your card. Louis Marcella is in support. Michael Meredith, followed by Nicole Weber.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I mean, I was simply allowing Sean to speak in front of me. I'm not.
Oh, you wanna
Yeah, I
speak?
do want to make.
Okay, I have to go in order, so you wanna go ahead and make your comments?
Of course. Thank you, council people. I really appreciate your listening to us today. We have been, we started this project over 3 years ago. And the crux of this project, the critical elements of this project was for me to put together a great and diverse development team of New Orleanians. And I will say here today, never in the history of this city have you seen more diversity and more ownership by diverse interests than with this project. Unprecedented. Secondly, the next critical component to our project was affordable housing, affordable and workforce housing. We knew that had to be a critical part of this project. And so from day one, we have set forth that we were going to be developing 900 apartments, 450 of which were going to be affordable and workforce housing. That has not changed since day one. The next thing that we were all about was creating a robust community with incredible 5G technology, with transportation, with stormwater drainage that was very robust and unprecedented in this city. So in addition to that, our commitment to SCB DBE was at 30%, which is well above what's required for in the city. Every component of our project, it was indicative of the kind of project this city could be proud of. And frankly, would be a textbook, a case study of the way development is supposed to take place in the 21st century. Everything we've done. So then as we're going along, Shell notifies us. Shell has been looking for 5 years now for a new location for their facility, for their offices. They wanted to build a state-of-the-art office building because the new Shell wants to demonstrate that it's just not an oil and gas business. It is more than that.
You're out of time, sorry.
I have my time deferred.
No, you need to stop. Michael Meredith, followed by Nicole Weber.
I'm in support, but I'm going to defer my time to Sean.
Okay, Nicole Weber, followed by Todd James.
Nicole Weber here. I'd like to cede my time to Sean Barney.
You cannot cede time. It's not allowed. So if you want to speak, speak now.
I'm waiving my time.
Okay, you are in support. Todd James, followed by Sean Barney.
Thank you, council member. Just here in support. Thank you.
Sean Barney.
Thank you, members of the council. Sean Barney, part of the RD&I development team. I wanted to make a couple of quick observations and notes. If you look at the past prime NOFAs from the state of Louisiana, they have funded up to $200,000 per unit for mixed income deals, similar to what we're proposing at the River District. As has been noted, the project is delivering 900 units, 450 of which are affordable. If you do the math on that, that creates for the number of units that we're proposing about $135 million gap. The state next NOFA will happen in January. And so while I appreciate folks focusing on the time limits, deferring the ability to stack the capital for the units for the application that will be due in January actually jeopardizes the ability to deliver the housing units. And, part of what we've tried to do in creating, this neighborhood and a public-private partnership is be smart about how we stack the capital to deliver the commitments that we have pursued and that we think make a truly transformative neighborhood. And so a lot has been said about the pilot and when that came about. Just to add context to that, the Shell announcement was in mid to late September. And we got to work in earnest after that announcement when we knew what the deliverables were. But literally we worked up until 2 days before the announcement and finally got to a deal. So while a lot has been said about the process and producing it, it really is a byproduct of when the shot clock started after an agreement came about with Shell. And so I think that part of what we're asking the council for is to look at what we've done. There's also an announcement about Topgolf coming into the district. You'll note Topgolf has not asked for a pilot, even though Topgolf will contribute significant revenue and taxes to the district. So all of that has come together to stack. Thank you.
I am Tucker, followed by Tara Hernandez.
Hi, my name is I am Tucker. I'm in support of it as a DBE that's working on parcel 2A and as a citizen that understands.
Thank you. Tara Hernandez, followed by W.C. Johnson. Tara Hernandez is in support W.C. Johnson, followed by Michael Delpit. Michael?
W.C. Johnson, CUC, and New Orleans United Front. We've heard this song and dance before many times, and the council people are supposed to be the stewards of the people of New Orleans. Now, I've heard all of these things that they're trying to ram down our throats all at once, and all I'm saying is they didn't follow protocol to do this in a manner that the people can absorb it and determine whether this is going to be good or not for us. We're getting a sleight of hand treatment here. You tell me now that Shell doesn't have anything really to do with this, but they led with this is a Shell product or project. So there's a problem with that. Now, with all of the development that's been going on in New Orleans and what they're promising, we've heard before, and all I can say is, look at what New Orleans looks like. If they're going to give us all of this that they promise, as we've heard in the past, why are we looking and living like this here in New Orleans? So I want to ask that you defer the CEA. This entire project should be deferred until we can get an understanding of what's going on. I believe that is the duty of the council as stewards for the people of New Orleans.
Thank you. And the CA is deferred. Michael Delpy. Tara Hernandez wants to now speak.
Council members.
You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. You all know, most of you know me. I'm a longtime citizen. I'm a participant in this. Development is hard. I do it all the time. But guess what? I have a track record for affordable and mixed income housing. So anybody in here that has any doubt, American Can, Blue Plate, other projects in the warehouse district throughout the state and throughout the country. So when we say that we're going to deliver, we're going to deliver, but it's not an easy lift. Anybody in here who has to do affordable housing, it always requires a gap. Just look at the increase in insurance alone. And so you cannot think that if we say we're going to commit to something that we don't need help. We're not saying, we're being very transparent that it takes a village of everybody. And you cannot do everything at the same time, but we're making a significant commitment to do that. And I don't want to have any doubt about that and our ability to deliver, because we do have a track record of doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end. Michael Delpy. Sage, did you fill out a card? Oh, come on, come up. Yeah, come on up and speak, and then you can fill out a card afterward.
I did fill out a card though. Well, thank you. There's a lot of passion going on right now. I feel in the room for this project to move forward. I just heard about this right after Turkey Day on a Friday. I just feel to believe that there need to be like more community engagement on this project so that we can fully understand giving away $1.44 million a year. Now, I don't understand all the math on this. This is the developer's job to make the community understand this better, to have those forums so we can really make a better understanding of this matter. We are in community a lot. So if this is going to affect us, give away our money, $1.44 million to help North out, $1.44 million to help the Office of Family Support. These millages help support our sanitation systems, our drainage systems. So this big development we have is going to put a burden on our failing system already. Our sewage and water board bills are rising already at a steady rate because of this burden. Giving tax exemptions that don't put towards our millages to help take care of our city is concerning for me. I just want to hear more about this project, more about how this burden of these utilities is going to place on our system, and that burden that's really been placed on our citizens to back it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sage. And I would ask Todd to get with you to talk about the infrastructure that's going to be built. Given the comments on the consent agenda, which also encompass this, given the robust comments that we've had and discussion that we've had here today, I know that we have comments that are online. We will post those online and they will go into the record. I'm also worried about quorum issues as well. So I'm going to go ahead and call the question. I move. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember Morel. All in favor? 5 yeas, 1 nay. Thank you.
Council members, just for the record, we have the New Orleans Exhibition Hall Authority Economic Development District meeting has been noticed to begin at 3 p.m. today in these chambers. That will begin after the meeting is concluded, just in case anyone's worried about it.
At the top of the page, motion line over M23-451 has been deferred to December 14th. Council members, we're now going to go back to page 43. You ready, Councilmember King? All right, we going back to page 43. Ordinance calendar number 34,492 by council members King, Moreno, Thomas, Morel, and Green. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 110-212, 110-214, and 110-215 of the Code of the City of New Orleans regarding mobile foot, push cart, and animal drawn food vending to reduce the number of available permits, to require specific means of display of permits, to expand operation hours, to prohibit blocking of wheelchair access, to prohibit sale to customers in vehicles, to prohibit the permits by certain vendors, to require a lottery for the issuance of new permits, to limit the number of new permits issued, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. There was an amendment that was read into the record and it was voted on, but I will just reread the amendment. We're not going to re-vote on it, but we will allow comments and then we will take the vote on the ordinance as amended. We have amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,492 by Councilmember King. Number 1, in section 2 on page 3, line 6, delete 10 a.m. and 2 a.m. and insert in lieu the following thereof. 10 a.m. and 11 p.m. and only between the hours of 10 a.m. and 2 a.m. in the VCE1 and the VC Bucare Entertainment District. Number 2, in section 2 on page 5, after line 33, insert the following. No more than 2 mobile foot, push cart, or animal-drawn food vendors shall operate within 30 feet of another group of such vendors of equal or lesser size. That was the amendment. The vote was 7-0. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a couple of comment cards. So I'll start with the first one I have. I can't read the name. 2215 Burn Street, maybe that Felicity. Eric, Michael Eric Burnside.
Number that is.
Yeah, an old man's collapsing, so I don't write so good anymore. So, Councilperson Green taught me to say good things, and so I'm here to say good things. Thank you for allowing people to earn a little money in the French Quarter. A lot of people don't have that opportunity, and a lot of people in the past even had less opportunities. So I'm glad that the push cart people have a chance to make a couple of bucks, and I don't know why you got your little thing in my face, but I'd appreciate it if you took at least a step backwards. Okay. All right, thank you guys very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Taylor. Ms. Sinedra Taylor.
Hello, my name is Sinedra Taylor. I'm a lifelong resident of the Broadmoor community. Founded Friends of Cody's during the pandemic. I was full-time working in my business, and then the pandemic hit. I was losing my house and I was losing my business. Since that day, I started to connect with food entrepreneurs that were experiencing similar issues. They were struggling with their business. At that time, Friends of Cody's was born. We're located at 4228 Eve Street in Broadmoor. We support food entrepreneurs by providing access to affordable commercial kitchen space. I'm always doing LLCs, so at least once a week, we're legally formalizing businesses. We're helping them get their permits. We're connecting them to revenue generating opportunities. We provide classes from LLC, EIN to food photography. I even do LED classes. I'm not even certified. I don't get funds for it. I said all that to say I am not a spectator. These are the things that I know. Everything that I say at this point is what I know. But first, let me say thank you to Freddie King. Everything, Councilmember Freddie King, I'm sorry. Everything pertaining to the conversations, I don't want to say negotiations, but we've worked really hard with the VUCARE facilitated by the council member to make sure that everything is intact. I don't have any objections to that. But this legislation is very loaded, and so I came up here to ask you all to pay particular attention to other parts that I don't want to address today, but I do plan to address in the future. And now that I have most of everyone's attention, I just want to review those. So the reduction in citywide permits is something that I want to look at. We have a lot of food deserts. We talked about that. We talked about how the French Quarter is not New Orleans, but it's very beneficial. So reducing them citywide, what does that say about other communities? Is also very loaded in the sense that you have to look at who, you just need to look at the numbers a little differently and how much access we will really have to those 46 permits. I'm not going to go into detail today, but I will ask you all to look into that. And I'll also be reaching out with additional information as to why we feel like citywide, this is not about VUCARE, citywide, we need to revisit the number of permits. But today, as I stated, I am in agreement with what has been passed. The second part is looking at the clean zone restrictions.
It's very hard for food entrepreneurs to become a part of those events, to afford to be in or just to be seen and considered for events such as Jazz Fest for just by example. So to implement a clean zone around Jazz Fest means that local dollars, money being generated locally is often being taken away from local vendors and allowed outside vendors who have the funds to participate or long-standing participants take those funds and they take them into their community. So we're on the outside looking in. We waive our right of way to all of these special events to get here with clean zones. We can't participate, we can't vend, and often we also can't afford to participate. So look forward to hearing from me regarding clean zones and regarding expanding the number of citywide permits. Thank you. Also, I left some bags for you all so you can remember Friends of Cody's and the work that we're doing for food entrepreneurs when you're doing your grocery shopping. So I'll bring them over here.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Just a bit of a response to a couple of things you mentioned. I'm glad you brought those parts up, but thank you for your help throughout this process. This ordinance doesn't deal with clean zones, but I think it's important that in the future, when we do have clean zones, we keep in mind those push cart vendors. Also, the numbers was reduced of total citywide push costs from 50 to 46, just to make the numbers match to the total number of vendors we're going to have now. I'm definitely open to expanding this citywide, but I'm one of 7, so that's on the total numbers. All right, next is Miss Alicia Smith. Blue eyes, is that it? Blue eyes.
Hello, my name is Alicia Renee, also known in the quarter where I live, which is my home in the French Quarter, as Blue Eyes. I'm a vocalist and a band leader. And 2 years ago, it was brought to my attention where I stand here now as the narrator and the host and associate producer of the documentary film Dirty Dogs. 2 years, it was brought to my attention that of the law that I don't think many people were even aware of, about the 50-year-old law where only one food cart vendor was even allowed in the French Quarter, the most economically profitable part of New Orleans. I just wanted to make a comment where I simply say thank you to all of you here at City Hall, at the City Council, and especially Freddie King for even just listening and not just simply listening, but acknowledging that rule might need to be changed and now overturning it and having it reversed. So I just wanted to say thank you, and not sure how aware, I would assume, but not sure how aware you actually are of what a historical thing you are doing and that you have done. And yeah, I just would like to say thank you. And yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Mr. Eric Rothschild, followed by Ms. Erin Holmes.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Eric Rothschild. I run the New Orleans Trap Kitchen, a commissary and incubator for food entrepreneurs in town. I'm also the co-chair of the Business Development Group for the Food Policy Action Council, or FPAC. This has been a tremendous learning experience. Since the measure passed earlier today, I don't want to spend too much time on it, but I think one of the biggest things we kind of saw in this is that, we want to make sure that citywide legislation does not get mixed in with Vucare. And, kind of going through this, we realize, and we look forward to working with more of the City Council people in order to bring, the push cart number up for the city, and we could leave it where it is, or maybe even bring it down for Vucare, but we just want to make sure that those are 2 separate numbers. And, any legislation going forward will, look at this citywide. So, look forward to working with you, Ms. Harris. And it is, it is a great moment to have some of these new vendors coming in, but just some numbers, and these were provided by Topher Patch of Myers Lemonade. He couldn't be here today, but with right now Lucky Dog has 22 permits, Arbor Roberts has 19, and there's 5 new vendors with 5 permits. So that changed things from 2 companies holding 82% of citywide permits, 41 of 50, with only a fraction of those 41s actually in use. Now those companies only have 60%, 27 of 46, Bucray and citywide permits. So again, we want to push that, we want to separate those, but that is a great jump. And we look forward to working with you more on phase 3 and including more city council people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Holmes? Mr. Hammond? Comments?
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Erin Holmes. I'm the Executive Director of Bucray Property Owners, Residents and Associates. I want to say thank you to Councilmember King for working with a very broad group of stakeholders to get to this point. We are pleased to welcome our new legal mobile vendors into the quarter. We had a chance to meet with the new permit holders and understand their needs and share our concerns. And I believe that we have arrived to a good solution at this time. We appreciate your quick response to concerns about hours of operation and spacing requirements that will help mitigate any adverse impacts in the neighborhood. And I've enjoyed getting to know each of these individuals. I think that they have a really good product, and I think they're going to do really well in the French Quarter. But now that we are moving forward with a path to increased entrepreneurial, this is very distracting. Sorry. Thank you. So now that we are moving forward to a path of increased entrepreneurial opportunities, please do not lose sight of the fact of the concerns that still exist with the sweeps in our tourist heavy areas. There are plenty of operations that remain illegal and can never become legal. And we appreciate your leadership and Captain LeJean Roberts' leadership on that. So welcome to our new neighbors and our new products. And we really appreciate your taking the time to work with us.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. Holmes. Any comments from the dais? Councilmember Green?
Councilmember King, I'm just gonna do as I did previously and just thank you for your work on this matter, because it's something that has been looked at for a while. And I know that you've had conversations with those who are affected in many ways, but it's providing an opportunity for new business and new economic development opportunities. I think that the product at the end of the day is going to be a diversity of products that even may help the company that right now has all of the licenses. So I just want to thank you for taking on this issue. I think that as the person who was speaking said, it may be really something that you're doing that's historic, because we may see a new type of activity in the French Quarter, people coming down to the French Quarter, maybe even to see some of those vendors. So thank you for your work.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Any comments, online comments?
We have one online comment. This is from Eliza Muniz, who says, "Thank you, council, for your help in opening up the French Quarter to locally owned small food businesses. This is a step forward to making New Orleans a more equitable city for all. We look forward to the next step in ensuring local food businesses are able to operate push carts in appropriate areas throughout the city. We know that the French Quarter is not all of New Orleans, but are thrilled to have new push carts within the districts of the quarter and soon the entire city." That's it for the online comment.
All right, thank you. And again, Ms. Taylor, we'll work with you to see about expanding this past the French Quarter. Real quickly, this ordinance, although it allows for new push cart vendors, it does prohibit open flames. It adds size requirements for the license numbers posted on the push cart, so the license numbers will have to be on the push cart. It explicitly prohibits the impediment of pedestrian traveling by wheelchairs. Prohibits the sales to moving vehicles or to vehicles at all. But the main thing I want everyone to understand, and and take home with them is that before there was one company allowed to legally vend with a push cart in the French Quarter. Now that number has been expanded to almost 19. So that's a big jump, and I'm happy. Well, thanks to my staff for making it happen. I'm happy to be a part of this council that, as stated earlier, has made history in changing these outdated ordinances. So with that, make a motion to adopt as amended. Second by Councilmember Harris. And we have 5 yeas, no nays. The motion as amended has been adopted.
I just need to go back and say what happened on page 30, number 15. Ordinance calendar number 34,393 has been deferred to December 14th. At the bottom of page 43, ordinance calendar number 34,493 by Councilmember Moreno by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an amendment number 2 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans Family Justice Center relative to the advocacy initiated response program, to modify the provisions thereof and extend the term thereof for an additional 5 years as more fully set forth in the amendment number 2 form as exhibit 1 and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, this is the CEA with the Family Justice Center. It deals with the AIR program that I talked about during the budget process. It's the caseworkers and social workers that go out to the domestic violence scenes. And this is for a 5-year contract. As you all know, we fully funded this program earlier today. Make a motion to adopt. Seconded by Councilmember King. Come on, machine. There we go. 5 yeas, no nays.
On top of page 45. We have resolution R 23-538 by Councilmember Moreno by request. Adopting the Flood Laws Outreach and Awareness Task Force Float Lake Pontchartrain, Louisiana 8th Area CRA Users Group 2022 floodplain and stormwater management plan for public information for the purpose of providing consistent, reliable information to the residents and businesses of New Orleans regarding the threat of flood risk and how property owners and residents can help prevent flood loss, and to earn additional CRS points to assist in maintaining or improving the city's CRS flood insurance premium discount.
If there are no questions, I'll move adoption. Seconded by Councilmember King. Five yeas, no nays.
We have motion M 23-540 by Council Members Thomas and Caruso by request, adding the President of the Council as a signatory to the amendment to the professional services agreement between the Department of Public Works and NHTB Corporation, and authorizing the President of the Council to sign the amendment to the professional service agreement between the Department of Public Works and NHTB Corporation. Council members, we need to suspend Rule 57.
Yeah, it didn't go before the committee, so if we could move to suspend Rule 57. Well, moved by Councilmember Moreno, second by Councilmember Green. Motion machines on remove. 5 yeas, no nays, the rules are suspended. This is just on behalf of Councilmember Caruso and administration to continue these much needed projects that are listed below. If there aren't any questions, I would move adoption. I moved. Councilmember Moreno, second. Vote your machines, please. 5 yeas, no nays, and the motion is adopted. Next item, Madam Clerk.
We have motion M 23-544 by Councilmember Morel, adding Councilmember Moreno. stating that the mayor, with the aid of the chief administrative officer, shall evaluate and provide recommendations to the council relative to amending the unclassified pay plan to increase the minimum annual salaries of the attorneys in the law department to align with current legal industry standards and ensure competitiveness.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a competitive compensation study for the law department. I'll move adoption. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. 5 yeas, no nays.
We're now on top of page 46. We have motion M 23-545 by council members Jeruso and Green, establishing the following permanent polling location shown under the new site column of the table below as the official polling places for the below identified precincts within the parish of Orleans for future elections, including the upcoming March 23rd, 2024 municipal primary presidential election.
Members of the council, I think this speaks for itself. We're just moving polling places in districts A and districts D to accommodate and facilitate participation in the electoral process. If there are no questions, if there are no online comments or comments in general, I move for adoption. And seconded by Council Members Thomas. Members, please vote your machines. By a vote of 5-0, it passes, and those polling stations will be changed. Thank you for your support.
Ready? Council members, we need to suspend the rules to go to ordinances on first reading.
Green, seconded by
Moved by Councilmember Green first. I've seconded.
Green and Marino, move in second. All in favor? 5
5
yeas,
yeas,
the
no nays.
rules are suspended.
I've got to go
All right,
outside.
first reads, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance on first reading.
Come back to adjourn.
Calendar number
I can't adjourn.
Ordinance on first reading. Ordinance calendar number 34,494 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the downtown development district relative to the DDD, providing the city with funds to hire 2 staff persons who will provide city-based and authorized services to properties in the downtown area of New Orleans, to modify the provisions thereof and extend the term thereof for an additional 12 months as more fully set forth in amendment number 1, form attached hereto is exhibit 1 and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,495 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 6 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the state of Louisiana Division of Administrative Office of Community Development relative to the public purpose of assisting the grantee as part of a CDBG disaster recovery program and the recovery to rebuilding of the city of New Orleans from damage suffered by Hurricanes Katrina and/or Rita, to modify the provisions thereof and to extend the term thereof for an additional 3 months as more fully set forth in amendment number 6, form attached hereto is exhibit 1, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,496 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a second amendment to a cooperative endeavor agreement to amend the cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Arbor E&T LLC doing business as Equitas Workforce Services relative to the contractor providing a temporary workforce solution during Mardi Gras 2024 by facilitating a job fair to identify and schedule workers to assist in the cleanup of Mardi Gras 2024 to increase the maximum aggregated amount of compensation payable by the city to the contractor, to extend the term of the agreement for an additional 1 year and to modify or reaffirm certain terms and conditions as more fully set forth in amendment attached hereto is exhibit 1 and incorporated and made part hereof and otherwise to provide respect thereto.
Ordinance calendar number 34-497 by Councilmember Thomas by request, an ordinance to amend and reordain section 66-312, 266-317 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to weeds, graffiti, and hazardous accumulations to provide update procedures for penalty violations under chapter 66 of the New Orleans City Code and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,498 by council members Jeruso and Morel by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Regional Planning Commission for a term of 5 years for the public purpose of coordinating the development of a balanced transportation system to ensure that the city and the region's transportation needs are met in the city of New Orleans as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,499 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29-265 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the Department of Finance to pay Orleans Parish School Board for an ad valorem and sales tax withheld in fiscal year 2022 and 2023 and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar 34,500 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29-266 MCS as amended entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the Department of Finance to pay Orleans Parish School Board for the ad valorem and sales tax withheld in 2022 and 2023 and otherwise to provide respect thereto. That concludes ordinance on first reading.
Oh, you all had already made the motion. Look at you. Moved by Councilmember Green to adjourn. I'll second it. All in favor? Aye. All right, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Jeff Schwartz, can you come here?